Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their court.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican for service Latino. I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Alrighty. Let me, I had to run this all backwards this morning. Sorry, I was rewiring my desk because I've been working hard. I've got a long story. Here. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I'm the Recovery Addict. Thank you very much for being here today. I'm running everything through Channel 8 because this morning we have our slow-mo machine hooked up. Yes, we need slow-mo because yesterday we got a video and it happened so fast. And I got texts. I got tons of texts saying we need to slow this down. I can't quite see what's happening. I've slowed it down. We're going to see what's happening. We're going to watch it forward, backwards. We're going to watch it slow motion. We're going to listen to it rapid over and over. We're going to be watching the video over and over. So before we go further, let me just say, today we are watching true crime material. We're watching evidence that was presented in court. We're doing it for analysis, for education, for informational purposes. It contains disturbing images, disturbing audio, correct? Disturbing facts. If that is not what you are looking for, there probably is another channel on YouTube and it features, I don't know, Teletubbies or something. I'd recommend right now that if you don't want to see that, please find another channel that shows what you're looking for, because a lot of people have wanted this information. The jury is looking for this information. We are acting as a external jury trying to determine for ourselves what actually went down here. So just be mindful. Today we're going to be looking in very close detail at this. There's a good chance the powers that be will determine that negates the commercial value of this product. I'm willing to take that risk.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
I do that often. So this isn't the Teletubby channel. It is not. Let me tell you what it is, though. This is all. Where did it go? There we go. I have to click on the screen apparently to make words appear. This is all Krista's fault. Krista, you're in charge of the internet today. So if anything goes wrong, we're going to blame it squarely on you. So congratulations. This was your first comment. I'm not sure what you were trying to say.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
It looks like two or tuh. But whatever it was enough to win the internet. So is it like A2 Brute? Is that what or is it Latin? Is that what you're getting at? I'm not sure. Krista, congratulations. First in Chat wins the internet every day, and that today was you. So we're going to send it to you with internet ownership and make you responsible for everything IP related worldwide. A small thing. It's a small thing, but I'm sure you can handle it because you have before. You're not a first-time offender. All right. That being said, let me before we break to the good stuff, before we get straight to the good stuff, let me tell you a little health information on my side. I probably need one of those Darth Vader masks for when I sleep because I snore, and sometimes when I snore, that little dangly bit in my throat gets really irritated. And last night it did, and it swelled up so big I could barely breathe. And so I woke up not being able to swallow and barely being able to breathe at 4 a.m. So I've been up since 4 a.m. working on this for you guys. My voice is coming back. I don't think it was because I live streamed it. I think this was entirely me snoring. Maybe it's because I was so tired. Anyway, so if I have to take little breaks now and then, that's why. I'm feeling much better now, and I can swallow, which is always a good thing. And breathing is still happening, which I like as well. All right. We have. Oh my goodness. Yes. Let's see I got. What was this? Hang on. Where's DMB's comment? Up all night. Did I work late? I worked a little bit late.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
DMB second is the dangly thing is your. Uvula. I failed this class in high school. DMB. So I just call it my throat bits. I don't know what it is. Anyway, I'm thinking right now that it would help if I didn't have like tonsils or something back there to help block off my throat. But it's.
I object.
I think I can sing. I think I definitely could not do the Wednesday cheer. So this has to be better by tomorrow. But we have so much to talk about today before court begins. I apologize. Do we have any birthdays? Do we have any birthdays? Just a quick. Did nobody get born today? Like any time years ago? Debs, welcome to the gallery's blue member. That means month number 2 as a member. Thank you very much for your support, Debs. Thank you. Poor Mrs. R.A. Yes, I woke her up. I'm like, hey, just FYI, might be dead in a couple minutes. And she's like, oh, that's cool, honey, go back to bed. No, she didn't. She stayed up with me, and she's exhausted. She's amazing. Okay, birthdays. Uveitis. I've got Mrs. R.A. telling me to...
Joyful just sent a super sticker with 3.99.
Do we really need to know about your dangly bits? No, you actually don't. I should probably stop talking about it now. I need tea with honey and lemon. Joyful, thank you very much for the super sticker. We have a video to go over. You guys sent, a bunch of you sent text saying, hey, can you slow this down? Can we watch this on replay? There's the birthdays. Lily Mom's dad is 91 years young today. Let's sing to Lily Mom's dad. What's Lily Mom's dad's name, though? We need a name because we can't say Lily Mom's dad. 91 years. At least you should be mentioned by name. Can anyone tell me? Lisa Britton Dark. Today is my birthday. Lisa, we're going to include you on there as well. Hey, Mrs. Ari, how are you doing? You excited to watch this video? What video is it? The video of the incident, slow motion, and it's incredible. I would love something warm for my throat. That would be great. Maybe some hot chocolate. Lily's grandfather. Yeah, whatever you want to make, that would be wonderful. We're just going to say Rich. Okay, there it is. Rich it is. Okay, so we only have 2 people we're going to sing to because time is running out, so we have to get started here very quickly. If I miss somebody on the birthday list, I do apologize. Consider yourself sung to, even if we don't say your name here. Warm up, everybody. La 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 la. There we go. It's going to be great. No hiding there in the back. Loud voices. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Lisa and Rich. Happy birthday to you. Lisa and Rich, happy birthday. Rich, happy 91st birthday. That is awesome. Hope you guys have a wonderful day. Hope you get free pancakes. And I hope that something we do can make your day just a little bit better. Because you being here makes our day better. Thank you for sharing your special day with us. With that, we're going to bring the birthday celebrations to a screeching halt with one last blast. There you go. And now we're going to go straight from that to a murder trial. What a transition. What a transition. I've been working on these. How am I doing, guys? All right, let's see. We have, I think we're going to be right here. Play, cut. Let's see. Here we go. This is what we have. We have the video. Sorry, that party horn was a little louder than I expected as well. We have the video that was shot by a passerby as the altercation with Hannah and Mr. Herring was occurring. And Debs, thank you for the gifted membership, as well as Fat Yoga gifted a membership. Katie214, Florida Fund, thanks for all your hard work. We'll talk about Florida here in just a little bit. I think I have to drive. It's only 10 and a half hours each way, but it gets cheaper if I drive. It just takes a lot of time. But this is the video we can slow way down. I've got the controls to really take this slow. Dedicate my win to Megan Easton, please. Megan, there is a rule hidden deep in the 4chan or something, or maybe it's on Reddit, I forget, but it's an internet rule that the internet owner can regift one time. And Megan just was regifted the internet. So Megan, congratulations, the internet's now yours. Krista, you're off the hook, but Megan cannot regift it again. All right, we'll talk about Florida in just a second. So let me show you this video. We're going to watch it in real time, and I realize it shows that we're almost at the end of the video, but just hold tight here. They're talking in court. Here's the video in real time. Ma'am, he just pulled the trigger on my. That's where we cut it off. Okay. Now we're going to rewind it a little bit. Okay, and we're going to watch it a little bit slower. Let's see. I think it's going to be this one. Pop. Okay. Hey. And then we hear, ma'am, he just pulled the trigger on my gun. Okay, so let's rewind a little bit, and we'll watch this frame by frame. Ready? The part that just jumps out at me, I'm going to put this big screen on my screen so I can see this. As we're watching, as we scroll through, wait, that's after. I have to rewind a little bit. Oh, that's Kathy Beatty. We don't want her at all. Okay, she was the other video we slowed down. Okay, so here we go. This is the first shot we get of the altercation. The side view mirror, the wing view mirror, if you're over in England, is blocking her legs. But what we see her arms high. Okay, her arms high like this, as if she's reaching up high for something. Now the arms coming down, elbows being bent. The left hand is still in. The body's turned. Look at her body position. She's got her knees against the truck. Her body is pulling backwards. Okay. Her body's pulling backwards. Right hand is struggling. Clearly, it's maneuvering. It's pulling, but it's not coming out of the truck, which means it's probably being held by something. I'm just saying what I observe here. Now arm goes back up and pop. Then she falls backwards or stumbles backwards as if suddenly freed. Yanks her other hand out. The firearm is visible right there, and by my token, I can't tell it. I cannot tell if it's trigger guard or trigger. I cannot tell. Then she reaches down on the ground. That's not a shell casing on the ground. That black thing on the ground, that's her phone. She reaches down with her left hand, picks it up. Okay. Oh, big wide hand, picks it up with the big wide hand. So it's a larger object. Picks it up, and then we hear, ma'am. So we're going to back it up and watch in slow motion. We'll watch it over and over. That's what we're going to do. The moment of the pop, if we watch this in slow motion again. Pop. Right here. So there's the pop. So this happens right before. Arm is high, being pulled down. Okay. Her arm, shoulder is high, arm is pulled down. That's when the pop occurs. We know that matches up because the cameraman ducks, like boom, their reaction. Okay. The reaction happens right there. So her legs at that time, her knees are against the truck. Her body is arching backwards from it. Once that pop occurs, she almost stumbles back because it's like he suddenly lets go. Suddenly. And she stumbles backwards. Then she yanks her hand back, which was still sort of in there, like he was still being held. So look, she stumbles back, boom, but her arm is still caught. It's still forward. It's still being held. And then she yanks it back, clear. Now, what this video does not show is it does not show what happens inside that vehicle. But I would say it does not look like the firearm was out of her holding position, like the typical holding position as you would when you would use one. I would say that the grip she has on the gun is not shifted from when she pulls her hand back to when we see her holding it. So I don't think she ever lost her grip on the gun. Anyway, what do you guys think? Do you want to see any bits forward, backwards? What is there anything that's telling? We can watch the victim. A lot of motion on the victim here. Let's watch again to see when the pop occurs. So he does immediately sort of lean over to his left. we're seeing a profile. It appears we're seeing a profile with his back being back against the seat like that. It makes it very difficult to imagine that he's turned sideways. His head would be farther forward in the chair if he was turned sideways in the seat, because you can't really do that. You've got to shift your butt to make that happen. And immediately she pulls her shirt back up. Look as well. Her left hand goes to fix her shirt and lifts it back up after it's been pulled. Let's see. That's what we've got. That's what this shows. I'm not sure if this clarifies anything other as far as whether or not she was in the right to be there. I don't think this explains it one way or another, but it does. To me, it does say that the story she told, the parts she told, because she did leave parts out, seems to be consistent with what the video captured. But that still does not mean she's in the right. But she seems to be telling a story, which means that to me that it seems believable. Now, the part that I'm not convinced on is that finger. The finger on what? The trigger guard? Let's see if we can back up and see. Is there any other view? Even right here. There's some struggling. She's pulling backwards there. It's blocked for a minute. She pulls back again. Puts her knees up a little higher, and pulls back, leans back hard there. And that's when the pop occurs, when she leans back. If I had to guess, I would say it was the struggle for the gun that set it off, but I'm not convinced it wasn't her finger. It all happened off screen. We can't see. It was the hand was definitely inside. This is what it was, inside the car for sure. But the elbow high is what gets me. Okay, look, the moment the pop occurs, let's watch this again. Watch for a couple things. Watch how high her elbow is. Court starts in 6 minutes. We'll get there. We're not going to miss anything, guys. Watch how high her elbow is on this video when the pop happens, which means that her arm would have to be up high, and consider the angle. Is it twisted forward? Is it tried to twist backwards? What's the angle her arm would be at for this to fire? I definitely think it's not a controlled discharge. Here we go.
Part of this is yours. Stop.
Elbows up. It's not high, but elbows up, and for it to be that low, it's man, I don't know. Guys, it's a tough one. There you go. Is there anything else you guys need? Did I show you a lot? Her elbow that high tells me she's shot, says Lavender. She looks down and picks up something from the ground. What she picks up, I believe, is her cell phone. And the pop we hear on the audio recording that happens before this video starts, if you're watching the two together, and I'll see if I can put those two together, is, I believe, the phone hitting the ground and being silent there for a while. And that's possibly why it didn't pick up any audio, because it was, imagine, face down on the ground, not in the best position to pick up audio. Okay. Her car was also placed there to block him, and she didn't admit that. Yeah, I think she was... I struggled with that part of her testimony a little bit, because she's like, I think I was still in my lane. Clearly, I don't think she is. On the fact that her tires are turned, it's possible that if the car was struck, that the tires would turn, but I can't see them turning that much, considering how little damage there's on her vehicle from the impact. Leanne says it's not malice murder. She was pulling her gun back, I believe it was a negligent discharge. So she still could be cited for murder on that. But I am having a hard time finding malice in this one. Love to hear Runkle's opinion. Most important to her was to grab her phone after the shot. That was who she was on 911 with, and she immediately was asking for an ambulance. So I'm not okay with, I don't fault her for that. She doesn't have any medical training. Let's see. I was just wondering, is the jury deliberating? No, we're actually getting ready to go to court right now. So they're about to begin. Let's see what we have. Give us just a second.
All rise.
All rise.
Court is now in session.
Court is now in session. Let's see what we have here in court. That's what we have right now. So we have not begun court again. I was wondering why there was no testimony regarding the one witness who said she was punching him over and over.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
No lunch for you. No lunch.
Bring the jury.
She wasn't in fear. She yells at him to call 911. She was already on the phone with 911 when the shot was fired, which is interesting because that shot was not picked up on the audio. But that could be a problem with the voice-activated system because a quick, loud noise would start the recorder but not be captured itself. What is your opinion about her attorney? I believe he's like not practiced in front of this judge, or possibly has practiced way too much in front of the judge. Either he doesn't know how she operates in the courtroom, or they have some bad blood between them. Let's see. Southern Mom, I haven't been able to watch all testimony. Did they test the weapon for any of the victim's DNA or fingerprints? Thanks for the great coverage. Great question, Southern Mom. Yes, they did test the weapon for the victim's DNA, not for fingerprints. They tested the top slide in the grip portion, basically where you would grab to rack the slide. And they found the defendant's DNA. They found DNA that was definitely from another male, and they could not rule out that male being the victim. And they also found a possible third profile. But the second two profiles were minor profiles. The predominant one was the defendant. As far as fingerprints, they did not test any of it for fingerprints. They did not do gunshot residue because they have an admission of where the gun was. They've got the wound on the victim. They have stippling. They have the burn marks indicating that the firearm was fired at between 2 to 3 inches, or 2 or 3 to 2 or 3 feet, 2 or 3 inches to 2 or 3 feet away from him, meaning there was burning on the skin from the gunpowder when it's fired. That indicates it was a close range shot as well. Shells, yay, 11 months. That's awesome. Congratulations. Most of the eyewitnesses were wrong. They just made assumptions. There were a lot of assumptions. And I think the defendant as well made a lot of assumptions in her haste to, even I'll say this, in her haste to tell the truth, tell her story. I think she jumped to answering things before she thought through the question and realized that her answer she was giving might have been for a different question. She was quick to answer, too quick, like you can't weigh the question properly in that time. When in doubt, you have to go with not guilty. I'm not convinced they're going to find her not guilty, though. Did we establish the gun didn't have a safety? Rudy Patootie, this gun has 2 safeties. Both of them are defeated by simply picking up the gun and pulling the trigger. Now, you might think, what sort of safety is that? The safeties that this gun is designed with are designed to prevent the gun from discharging when you're not pulling the trigger. One has what's called a beaver tail grip. So the back of the handle, when it presses against the palm of your hand, it presses in a lever that allows the trigger to be operated. But it also requires, I believe, it has similar to a Glock. It has what's called a mini trigger on the front of the trigger. So you have to be pulling the trigger intentionally to trigger that mini trigger and then release the trigger so it will pull. Both of them you do not notice if you're shooting. Just picking up the gun and pulling the trigger, you don't feel the safety like, oh, safety's off now. It's very much almost insignificant as far as firing the gun, and it's not something you can turn on or turn off. It's always there. But there was no external safety that needed to be engaged or disengaged, and there was a round loaded in the chamber. The casing was still in the gun, very much so, which means to me, from that angle, that they were struggling over the gun. And the video was we rewatched it. Hey, are you okay? Super tired, huh? It doesn't taste really good with mouthwash, I can tell you that much. Casey was still in the gun. That's correct. Thank you, Mrs. Ari. Did the prosecutor ever ask about the punching? Actually, we heard some discussion about the punching from the witnesses. Most of them said that there was fighting and she was punching him. I didn't see it in the little clip of the video. Granted, this is the very end. This is the very end portion. But what the medical examiner said is there were no indications of bruising on the body at all, except for one little like pencil eraser size bruise underneath where the seatbelt would cross the body. On the victim. On the defendant, there was bruising to the face. There was bruising to the wrist, the right wrist. There was sort of some contusions, a split lip, a torn shirt. Obviously, that's not a medical condition, but that was also occurred. Let's see. Jovi Ray says, so happy to have a day off to sit and watch with all of you. I think we're going to be in verdict watch here before lunchtime, so it's going to be good. Could the bar guy be guilty simply for having a gun? Some folks here thought as much, but Hannah, let's see, could the bar guy be guilty simply for having? Oh, we're talking about the previous case. I'm like, who was the bar guy in this one? Some folks here thought as much, but Hannah be not guilty for pulling hers and shooting in a matter of seconds. Valkyrie, the part I'm not sure about from the video, we don't know conclusively from video evidence how long the gun was drawn. If we go back and watch the video here, let's see. Let's rewind a little bit. I'm just checking to see if we can see when the gun was drawn. Arms are in, arms are in, pop. So we only see a couple seconds prior to the shooting occurring on this video, and the gun has already been drawn at this point, and there seems to be struggle. I mean, you can see the back and forth that's going on here, and then that's right when the pop happens. All right. Some witnesses said she drew the gun immediately upon exiting the vehicle and came out yelling and swearing that she was going to shoot him. That was one witness. Another witness says that she drew the gun with her left hand and was punching him with her right. Another witness said that she just drew the gun and shot him. So we don't have good conclusive information about how that happened. The one thing that all the witnesses agreed in was that she was aggressive. Yes, and they didn't. All of them said they didn't see him doing anything. I think one witness, the truck driver who drove by, said it was back and forth, that it was two ways. Now, if he was driving in a semi-truck and driving by, and I'm not sure he was, but if he was driving in a semi-truck, that has a higher elevation point, so he might have a better vantage point into the vehicle than some of the other witnesses. But I don't remember if he said he was in his truck or not. Julie F says, amazing channel, awesome mods, and chat. Thank you so much. They are absolutely awesome. Stephanie says, why did she draw the gun? According to her story, it's because she was defending herself. And if everything in her story happened exactly the way it did, I can see it still legally be possible for her to draw her gun in self-defense, because if everything in her story happened the way it did, then I don't see her as the instigator. I realize she made some stupid decisions, but there was no point of instigation until after she was attacked in that scenario, if what she said is true. Let's see. She ran upon a guy who was probably in shock and having diabetic episodes, screaming at him with a gun, and she expected him not to do anything. So Ween Baby, from your comment here, what I can see is that that you believe the witness that says she ran up to the vehicle screaming at him with the gun. One witness did say that occurred. The other 3 witnesses says she drew her gun at the vehicle when she arrived there. The audio recording, which we have of her being on 911, captures that moment, and it does not include her running up screaming at him with the gun. Instead, it includes what she said happened, which was her going up to the vehicle and saying, "Sir, you need to stop. I'm on the phone with the dispatch right now. They're saying we need to go back." So I tend to believe the story that lines up with the audio recording we have. So the running up screaming with the gun, I don't believe that she triggered that response from the defendant. I really wish she had not got out of the car to start with. Diana? Yes. Lee says, totally disagree, Recovery Addict. She instigated the entire situation. That eliminates her self-defense in my eyes. It's okay to disagree, Lee. I respect you very much. I do have a question, though. What was her action that instigated it? What was the thing that she did that would be called the instigation? Let's see. Hannah seems too uneducated, immature, and irresponsible to own a gun. As Stephanie, obviously this is a Pickles, not Politics channel, but unfortunately, and I say unfortunately because we can see the outcome, uneducated, immature, or education, maturity, and responsibility don't happen to be legal requirements for gun ownerships in most states. Simply age and lack of a criminal conviction and available funding to make the purchase are the 3 requirements. Often, some states have other requirements, but usually it's not required. There's no test. You can exclude yourself from being eligible to own a gun by your actions and convictions, but basically everyone is allowed to, for the most part, once you're a certain age. In her mild demeanor, "Sir, you need to stop. Get out of the car." Yeah. Groovy, I hear you. There also that audio recording, at a later point, she yells, "Get out of the effing car," twice at least. She left that part out when she told the story. I didn't find a spot where it could smoothly be inserted. But yeah, Vicky, unfortunately, no training is needed. I've taken training. I've gone to many classes. I've gone through ranges and been taught by instructors, and gone to shooting ranges where we practice with firearms that aren't actually firing projectiles. I've gone to laser simulations where you're actually shooting live ammunition through a laser field to track trajectories and stuff. I've practiced with a SWAT team and gone through hot houses and live shooting scenarios using airsoft, very realistic weapons but non-lethal. I like training. I believe that it's a responsible owner should be trained, very well trained, and be responsible for their firearm at all times, not just when they're carrying it. Let's see. Court is late again, as it has been every day so far. Let's see. I'm concerned the jury will not give her a fair chance given the way this case was spun in the media and by certain political leaders. Juries usually get it right, though. Kathy, I realize that there was a lot of spin in the media, and generally we see that. With the media will tell a story in the way that will get them the most eyeballs, the most clicks, the most engagement, and within reason. Obviously, they can't just they shouldn't just make up facts out of thin air, but obviously they're going to find that angle that has the highest interest, that draws the most attention. That's how they make their money. They can sell advertising based on how many people view their production. I will say in this trial, once the trial began, from the beginning to the end, the way the prosecution and the defense have treated this and the way the judges treated this, I have not seen any of those elements. This has been very, very proper as far as the procedurally. Now, I disagree with some of the judges' rulings on some of the objections, but I think it's been very good that it hasn't tried to introduce some of those incendiary type extracurricular issues. You lived in a hot house over the summer. I did. It's cool. Well, it's not cool now. The heater's on. Let's see. Mary ordered hot chocolate yesterday. I hope it arrives in time for the cold weather. Mary, I think you're going to love it. Also, she didn't shed a tear while we listened to him bleed out. That was hard to listen to. I know that once she called the ambulance, she moved over to the other side of the vehicle and was not there right there with him. But I believe she also was talking with all the witnesses and still on the phone with 911 trying to get an ambulance, because she was still on the phone with 911 when the police officer arrived at the scene, and she turned over a firearm. I'm surprised they didn't go more into the comment she made when the police officer arrived and he asked the question, who did it? And she's like, I did. The I did shows up pretty clear on the recording. And I'm surprised that prosecution didn't go more into that and direct testimony with her. Misty Beard says, I'm a type 1 diabetic, and when my blood sugar is low, I get confused and angry. He could have been very confused and aggressive, but she instigated the whole situation, in my opinion. Thank you, Misty Beard, and thanks for sharing the insights about, from your own personal experience with diabetes. Will the jury be able to see the video in slow motion if they want? No, they will not. They don't have one of these cool little devices that I have. Let's see. So unless it was admitted as evidence in slow motion, which I haven't seen courts do. I haven't seen courts play evidence. Is there a rule against that? To the legal minds in the arena, is there a rule against showing a video in slow motion? Does that make it more prejudicial, or is that not more informative? Wow. Okay. Let's see. Megan, congratulations on internet ownership, by the way. Groovy Cheryl, oh my goodness. Can you think of a more wrong thing to say in that scenario than what she said at the end? What did you learn from this? I learned not to help people. Oh, I cringed a little bit. It didn't. I just think, I'm not sure what would have been better, honestly. I can't think of what would have been better than what she said at that moment. But it just seemed like, oh, don't say that. Was she immediately detained? Yes. If so, that could explain the bruises, i.e. from handcuffs. If you have bruising from handcuffs, you'll probably see it on both sides of the wrist, because it has to be... that would be if it's too tight. No, I can imagine it would be possible to cause bruising from being handcuffed by trying to force your arms apart and only have an outside bruise. But she only had it on one arm, so she would have to bruise one arm without any injury to the other. So I don't think it's likely that was the cause. Okay. Lee says, if that is how she helps people, glad she learned to stop. I was in a meeting. Is RA going to Florida? Let's talk about that really briefly while we're waiting for the judge to come in. Flying is not an option for right now. First of all, flying down and back, it would be like $1,600, and that's a no-go. I can drive. It's 10.5 hours. It's a long drive. We have to deal with some scheduling thing actually at home that is more challenging, because we've got people that need to be in different locations while I would be gone. But I would be going down on Thursday, coming back on Saturday, or maybe Friday night. Probably coming back Friday night. That would actually fix it. If I could come back Friday night. I wouldn't be able to stay very long or see anybody, but the hearing in Florida starts about 8:30 in the morning at the courthouse, so it's going to be 8:30 till about noon or so. That would get me back, 9 or 10 or something at night. Well, it would probably closer to midnight, but let's see. Why isn't someone talking about him acting in self-defense by grabbing her when he saw the gun? They have, old Kiwi chick, but the thing is, nobody said he did anything. All the testimony we have of him is him just sitting, staring, facing forward. We don't have any witnesses talking about the struggle other than Hannah herself. But if she walked up to him holding a gun, very much so. I think even though he fled the scene of an accident, that doesn't make him not able to defend. He was not instigating something by leaving the scene, right? He's not starting something by driving away. Yeah, it's a problem, it's a crime, but that's not instigation, I don't think. Not if one is tighter than the other. If one's tight, wouldn't it be bruising on both sides of the wrist, though? Okay. The Rittenhouse video, when the prosecution wanted it zoomed, they did modify that video a little bit, didn't they? Yes, Maya's here in Sarasota County, to the courthouse down there. I believe, make sure I'm looking at the right courtroom. This is courtroom D in what building? I might need Jules or Dr. Joe or somebody to tell me a little bit about the building, how to get in and where to park. I think there's a free parking lot down down the block, down on School Avenue or something. Nobody can prove who fired the gun. That is true. I think that's going to be an issue that the jury's just going to have to make a decision on. Have a gut feeling the hearing will last longer than 4 hours. Just have that feeling just from the way Shapiro and Howard are. It could be a long one. They're covering a lot of issues. But I will most likely have to be in the media room to get the feed. I don't know if I could hire someone to sit there and watch my stuff for me. Courtroom C6. Yes, it was the. I get the courtroom number. What's the building? Is it the which one is it? I think it is about the courthouses. I think it's is it the Sarasota County Justice Center or it's the Silvertooth? It might be the Judge Lynn N. Silvertooth Judicial Center. 2002 Ringling Boulevard. Ringling like the circus, Ringling Brothers. Red Pen, I hear you. I don't think this going and watching this hearing itself would be explosive growth for the channel, but it might be what I need to do to cover this one, particularly because of how the pool situation is shaping up. Cali Girl says, thank you for reading last night. We did do a marathon read last night. It was, for some reason, I thought it would be quicker than what it was. And I was reading fast, but we went through like close to 90 pages, 89 pages of a document yesterday. If you missed it, it was good. It was good. Am I being called to testify on Friday? I have not been notified that I am, and I don't think I would be, Mary. Let's see, Samantha Terry says, BG has offered to be our eyes and ears for you on Friday. They are well acquainted with the area. What I'm looking for is, I would love to be in the courtroom, but the pool media location is on the first floor in like there's a little room where the media is allowed to go, and I need to have gear in there plugged in to get the feed. And this is hoping that everything works properly. I mean, I literally could get there and plug everything in and have a problem.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
And I would just be down there for the day. Lisa, it's just a trial. It's a Maya trial, but it's a motion regarding the sanctions and all the other motions that were filed, basically after the verdict and prior to now. Basically, everything's to be wrapped into one big motion for 4 hours, and and because it's not going to be covered broadly, I might need to go down in person to plug in to get the feed for everybody. There will be other places showing it, but because of how it works out, let me just tell you, it causes challenges.
Bring the jury.
Okay. This might be a silly question. Are you going to Florida to film a trial, but then you won't be able to talk to us, or will you still be able to? Mama of three. I'm not sure if Rob's just joking or if he's really willing to do this, but we've had an offer from him to possibly fill in for me on my channel. So he would be live streaming probably his channel as well. I don't know how I think we could do that, but where we would have him being a guest host, and I would be able to on breaks call in either from my phone on the burner phone, use the burner phone to call in, or something similar.
There's a lawsuit.
Okay. Thanks, PG. I appreciate that. Do you have access to a copy of the jury instructions? Hanky Panky, no, we did cut out yesterday a little bit early because things were happening. I had a meeting.
Bring the jury.
And we cut out early, so we didn't hear the judge reviewing the jury instructions. They did happen last night, but we are going to hear all of them read to the jury, presumably today. So it's just going to be repetitive. Let's see. So make sure you take literally every cable and cord you have, even the boxes of random cables you have, just in case. This is why I can't fly, Amber. That's why I can't fly, because they'd look at all those cables and be like, no, you can't take 6 miles of cable with you with one carry-on and call it good. But I'd be taking a laptop, camera, live view, a significant number of cables, power cords and otherwise. I won't need my switcher or anything else. It would just be the laptop and some adapters. And maybe some HDMI to SDI
Alex stole it as well.
exchanges and things. Let's see. Dr. Joe's going to be there on Friday and then going to relate to Runkle after court, and he will give legal commentary. That's awesome. That is really cool. I can't wait to hear what Runkle has to say about that. And Dr. Joe as well. Closing arguments happening today. Heather, I believe so. Yesterday, the defense said that they had supposedly subpoenaed other witnesses, but none showed up. Not sure how that works, but they didn't have any other witnesses other than Hannah. She testified, and they basically rested. So the jury went home for the day. I don't think the judge will allow them to open up the testimony again and bring somebody in, but it's a possibility. We've seen stranger things happen. Nobody even saw my thank you speech. Bummer. Megan, did I miss your thank you speech about the internet ownership? Can you repaste it again? And I can read it and give it the proper credit that's due. News crews fly all the time. You'll need to get it figured out. Kim, they do. And they have like a go pack. A lot of times news crews will hire somebody on the ground to handle things. So they might have a satellite truck that drives there, and then the news crews fly and meet the satellite truck because the amount of gear they carry is ridiculous, and you can't fly with all of it, and you don't want to just ship it in your luggage. Okay, Cricket S, Recovery Addict, opinion please on upward right to the left bullet with the video you showed. Cricket, I think it's not upward. I think it's almost straight horizontal, is my understanding. But it was the shot went from the point on the body. If you're looking at the picture, the graph that Red Pen likes to be. When we cover up the graph that shows just the body, the anatomical drawing of the body with the hands out, arms down, and you're looking straight forward. If you were to make a mark on the body where the entry point of the wound was, it's going to be just a little bit, I believe, to the left of the belly button, and then it goes almost straight back. And we've had some conflicting ideas about this because how she's explained things were a little convoluted, but either it goes straight back and about a 1/4 inch to the right, or it goes straight back and a 1/4 inch to the left. But either way, the firearm would have to be pointed almost directly at him, like perpendicular to his body. Like if the front of your body is flat, it would be perpendicular to that. And also down, down low. Like I don't know how she could get her wrist twisted in that position for that to occur. And I'll pull it up and show you what I'm talking about here. We're gonna play so we hear the audio sound. Right there. Okay, so right here, that her arm has to be, because it's almost coming through a little bit below shoulder height, right? Her elbow is forward. It's bent down. The gun has to be, because you can't turn this way. I mean, it doesn't make sense. It has to be twisted in. It has to be twisted to be, or out of her grip. It just doesn't make sense. And I realize that we're dealing with a tiny bit of delay, okay? Because we're dealing with the delay from the audio, from the time it takes for the sound to get from the truck to the camera, but we're also dealing with the delay in the system from the time it plays in the courtroom, from the microphones, from the speakers to the microphone. So there could be a couple frames of delay in this, in that it actually occurs like here, pop, pop. But that sudden movement, I think she's surprised by it, so I think it happens right there. Yeah. Still waiting for court. Nothing yet. All right. Prosecution has a rebuttal witness. Oh, yes, they do. I don't know who it is they're going to call, but they do have a rebuttal witness. What all side bites did you get from May's trial? Are you talking about Maya? I'm just included on the media pool for that. They actually called during the live stream. I had to take it off live stream because they don't want to be recorded. Florida is I think they're a two-party consent state, so we have to get permission to record them. Farag did not show up. I checked that this morning. He's still out on the lam. Ed, we do have one other rebuttal witness, I think, and then we're to closing statements, closing arguments. See, I can't believe how the presenter keeps making self-defense case for a woman who has no recourse for self-defense when she imprisons the victim and brings a gun in his car. Henry, that's what we're talking about. We're trying to figure it out. And thank you. I appreciate your opinion. I've said the only way that Hannah has the ability to claim self-defense is if she has a story that matches up with the evidence that brings her to the side of that vehicle without her being instigator in anything. Okay, so that means that her pursuing him after the accident, trying to get the tag number or chasing him, depending on how you view that can't be instigation. Her pulling over in front of where the direction his vehicle was headed, however that happened, whether she parked first and then he arrived, or he stopped and then he got there, whatever happened there, that can't be instigation. Anything that happened between her getting out of the vehicle and approaching the vehicle, anything she said, anything she did, cannot be instigation. If you believe all those things, because you have to believe none of those were instigation, then if she was attacked first by him, like if she went up and the first thing she said was, "Sir, you've got to stop. I'm on the phone with the police. They say we need to go back," which there is audio recording of, then she legally still has the right to self-defense. But you have to get past all those other hurdles first. And I'm not convinced. I'm just laying it out there.
For the delay in commencing. We were waiting for one juror to get here, but they're here and we're ready to go. Is there anything that the court needs to address before
the juror's
we
an hour
begin?
late?
Yes.
A quick approach this morning. I'm not sure what this is over, but I think they'll take a minute or two to sort this out. What about the position of his body turned fully towards the door? Zen, looking at the video, I would say no, it's not, because you can see that he is
When are we going to break for lunch?
he is back towards the back of the chair. His head position puts him back, almost leaning against the chair behind him. He's fully in contact with the chair behind him from the head position. Now, if his body was turned, it would move, because your shoulder is fighting with the position of the chair. It would move his head forward. So his head there would have been a gap visible between his head and the back of the car, which I didn't see during that moment. So I believe he is in the seated driver position as we typically would imagine it. There could have been a slight turn to it, but I don't see an indication there was a significant turn. Bus stop juror. I love your name there, Chris. Remember how he was laying when the cop got there? Was he fighting with his feet? No. I don't believe he was. He sort of leaned and fell over in the seat like that. That was until he ended up reclining sideways. Her shirt is torn at that point. He was probably sitting sideways facing her. Mary, that would explain the angle, and it makes it easier to understand how the firearm would get in the position to make that shot. But I just didn't see him in the car in the video in that position. The body cam video, we don't know what happened or who attempted to help him before the police arrived. We don't know if people were trying to move him, trying to get him out, trying to check him, pulling on him, if he was struggling or moving around in the car. We don't know. We don't know that he stayed exactly in the same position from the moment he got shot to the moment he shows up on the body cam video. BG, thank you for your donation. I appreciate your support. Who says that in the video? It may have been somebody in the car that was filming. I think it was somebody in the car that was filming. BG also just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much, BG. That's super generous.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Trust you had a good night. Just a reminder, I know it's been a long, arduous week, but when the court says 9 o'clock, we intend to begin at 9, and so just encouraging compliance with our time frames. Thank you.
Next time it's a bench warrant.
Yesterday evening, the state was about to present rebuttal testimony, and so we're going to give the state an opportunity to do so and call its witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Keon Hayward.
Keon Hayward.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
And if you would please remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give before the court in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You can take your hand down and have a seat. If you would please make sure you're moved up and speaking into the microphone. If you would introduce yourself to the jurors, please.
Hi, good morning. My name is Keon Hayward.
And could you spell your name for the court reporter?
Keon, Keon, Hayward, Hayward.
Does he have a B on his jacket?
I'm currently employed with Quick Trip Corporate in their division of protective services.
So working security at Quick Trip?
Correct.
And where are they based?
I'm based in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay. And did you travel back here for this case?
Correct.
Back in May of 2019, how were you employed?
With the Clayton County Police Department.
And describe your experience in law enforcement, your experience in training that qualified you to work for the Clayton County Police Department.
I was certified through the basic law enforcement here in the state of Georgia, and I worked there as a uniformed police officer for 3 years, and then I worked in the Criminal Investigations Division and Major Felonies for 3 years.
So back in May of 2019, were you a detective assigned to work the case involving the defendant, Hannah Payne?
Correct.
And just to kind of go a little bit about through some of the things that you did for this case, did you respond to the actual scene where the shooting took place?
Correct.
And is that scene located in Clayton County?
Yes.
And did you also gather evidence?
Correct.
In this case, did you instruct certain witnesses to be interviewed?
Correct.
And photographs to be taken?
Yes.
Was one of the things that you did in this particular case was to conduct an interview of the defendant, Hannah Payne, at the Clayton County Police Department?
Yes.
And were you aware that she had been transported to the Clayton County Police Department in the back of a patrol vehicle and in handcuffs?
Yes.
Therefore, did you advise the defendant of her Miranda warnings?
Yes.
And did you do that using a written document?
Correct.
I approach the witness with what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit number 38.
You may.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 38, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
With my name and signature, and the list of the Miranda rights also signed by Ms. Payne.
And that's a copy of the original. Is the original of these documents, is it always kept in records at the police department?
Yes.
And is there anything about State's Exhibit number 38 that has been altered or deleted in any way?
No.
State tender State's Exhibit number 38.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted without objection.
And when you have a person that you're interviewing go through these rights, is it often that you have them put a time on what time they have signed this waiver?
Yes.
What time did the defendant sign her waiver, and what time did she begin speaking to you in this case?
At 8:47 p.m.
On the day that the incident occurred, May 7th?
Correct.
And if you would please indicate the first right that you advised the defendant that she had.
She was advised that she had the right to remain silent.
And did she initial next to that indicating her understanding?
Yes.
The second one?
Anything she said can and will be used against her in the court of law.
And did she initial that?
Correct.
Indicating her understanding? Yes. Indicating
Yes.
her.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And right number 3?
You have the right to remain, you have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned.
Number 4?
And if you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish.
And number 5?
And if you decide at any time to exercise these rights, not answer any questions or make any statements.
And did she initial all 5 of those indicating her understanding of what she was being advised?
She did.
And the statement indicating I have been advised of my rights and I understand each of those rights, did she also provide her signature acknowledging that as well?
Yes.
Now defense says, you need to redact the personal information. She's like, there isn't any.
In order to get the defendant to sign that Miranda waiver, was she threatened in any way?
No.
Was she promised anything?
No.
Was she offered any hope of benefit whatsoever?
No.
And based on your observations of the defendant on scene, did she appear to be signing that Miranda waiver freely and voluntarily?
Correct.
Did she appear, based on your observations, to understand the questions that were being asked and the things that were being discussed?
Yes.
And it also, based on your observations of the defendant, did she appear to understand why she was being interviewed?
Yes.
And once
Are these
you
leading
advised the
questions?
defendant of her rights, did she indicate to you that she would speak to you?
Correct.
During the course of that interview, did the defendant ever invoke her right to remain silent?
No.
Did the defendant ever invoke her right to counsel during the portion of your interview?
No.
And again, in order to speak to you, was the defendant threatened in any way?
Not at all, no.
And have you had an opportunity to re-watch the defendant's interview?
Yes.
And based on your observation of that, did the interview contain exactly your conversation with the defendant on May the 7th of 2019?
Yes.
Can you talk to the jury a little bit about how the interview room worked at the Clayton County Police Department back in May of 2019?
Yes, typically the interview will be comprised of the individual being questioned and 2 detectives will sit in and ask the questioning at a table. It is recorded, audio and visually recorded, and we have conversation and we ask questions in regards to the matters of the case and that person respond.
And the things that are being recorded, would you then have any ability to go in and change anything or anything like that?
No, I don't have any ability to alter that.
And have you watched various interviews that have taken place in those interview rooms?
Yes.
And are you aware that even though you can't alter it, sometimes the audio and the video are like a second off from each other?
Yes.
When you watch it.
Yes.
And you this week had an opportunity to rewatch the interview, is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is going to tender State's Exhibit number 39 with the exceptions of the things that we have discussed at the bench that we will place on the record.
Any objections?
The same objection we had at the bench when we talked about it, about things that were being omitted, and I think we agreed that certain things would not be discussed, and as long as everybody follows those guidelines, I would have no objection.
Okay, admitted without objection.
That was a long no objection.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Yes, you may publish.
And Judge, if I can just note, as we discussed, there are some times when the defendant is alone in the room that we're not just going to watch her sit there for 45 minutes.
Correct.
So we have, both sides have agreed to move it forward. And there are a couple of other sections that have been, by agreement, that aren't going to be admitted that we will move forward as well.
Correct.
One moment to get it. Just, this is one of the moments where we're forwarding where she's alone.
Okay.
Just make sure that there's a big gap that you describe how long the gap is.
I think she just placed it on the record, but you can again.
I just moved the times. I can't tell you exactly where I stopped, but we're moving forward. She came into the room at 7:37:56. I think we watched 15 or 20 seconds, and we're moving forward to 7:53:40.
She's wearing the black shirt underneath the hoodie. She put the hoodie on after the incident. Witnesses watched her walk to the back of the car and put a hoodie on over the black shirt.
It's actually 7:53:33, which is the closest I can get.
I don't have that information. Is that public? She's biting her fingernails, pulling them off. love versus money, it wouldn't change anything about her actions. Although in past cases when officers have been terminated from a department for some reason, if the reason involves them, say for instance, creating fraudulent records of events that didn't happen, that would definitely cast in doubt anything that he had his hand in. But to the sounds of it, it doesn't sound like there's any problem with this evidence at all. I've never done this. I've never worn fake nails nor taken them off, and I'm not sure if this is the approved method, but this is just what you do. I don't have an answer for you there, Melissa. I don't know either. I don't think she was offering to Uber him back.
Just I'm going to pause it at 7:57. Detective Hayward, for the record, the minutes that we've just watched, were you able to observe the defendant removing her own fingernails and putting fake fingernails and putting them in her pocket?
Correct.
And does she continue to do that until they're all gone?
Correct.
Judge, at this time we're going to move forward until 8:40, 8:30. The defendant is alone in the room until that time.
Okay.
This is a reference to the Border Patrol case, I believe.
Closest I got it was 8:48:16. Okay.
Have you ever watched like on TV or anything like that? They know before we talk to you, we're going to read this for a second, okay? So if you understand what I say, I just want you to initial the fact when I read you, okay? How old are you, ma'am? 22 and 3. Okay. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can will be used against you in court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have them present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statement. Read the next line for me, please. And if you understand what we just talked about up here, what you just read, sign right there, and then the date and time. It is 5/7/19. It is 8:47. Before we get into anything, I just want to ask some background. They probably already have your information for that, don't they? I'm just now feeding you for something. What's your name, ma'am?
Hannah, H-A-N-N-A-H. Payne, P-A-Y-N-E.
What's your date of birth, ma'am?
05/15/1999.
Terrible audio here.
And your address?
We're going to turn off her audio for her address.
A-I-R-E. Fayetteville.
1514.
14.
And a phone number, please.
Turn off her phone number.
It's a management company called Triship, TRISHIP Partners.
She's talking about her work now.
Where is that?
The home office is in Ayden.
Okay. So you're not working today? Okay. How long what hours walking you on that?
I had gotten off of work, I was going home, and I was coming down Clark Out, turning left onto 4th Parkway. There was a semi that was in the lane to the right of me, and he was a little bit further in the intersection than I was. The light was green for us. And out of nowhere, this guy came down through the intersection, and luckily I stopped barely in time, but he ran into the semi.
Then y'all were on Park Howell, and you're trying to come out on the 4th Parkway. And
he came straight through.
So we got to rush the left from 85 Riverdale or from Riverdale?
From 85
Okay, I got you. Okay, go ahead.
And so after I realized what had happened, I was able to go around him, and I pulled up on the sidewalk, and I parked. So I called the police. I got out, and I walked over to see if everyone was okay. I was talking to the truck driver and another witness who was also a police officer who saw everything happen. And the guy who was driving the truck ended up getting out and was just kind of like looking around like, well, what happened? And he said, someone hit me. And we're like, no, you just ran the red light. And he was kind of stumbling and walking out in the middle of traffic. And after about 20 minutes had gone by, I went back across the street and I was calling my parents because I kind of had a realization that I just got a second chance at life that I felt I was scared. So I called my parents and I told them what happened. And while I was standing over there, that's when I called back, realized it had been over 20 minutes. And I told the dispatch that he was sitting in his truck and he was revving the engine. And it looked like he was going to pull away, and at that time he did. He took off.
Okay.
So I got in my Jeep and I followed him, and I told the dispatch that I was following him, and she told me that she didn't advise it. And I told her that I'm just getting his tag number. I got the tag number by the time we got to the end of, right when I got to Riverdale Road. And we came around that curve, and I had an opportunity to get in front of him.
Okay.
I got in front of him, and I stopped in front of him. I got out and I was on the phone with him. I told him, I was like, you need to stop, you need to pull over. And he's like, who are you and who are you? And I'm like, I'm no one, but I'm on the phone with the police. And that's when I was like right there for him. He's like, yeah, well, who are you? Who are you? I got something for you. I'm like, okay. And I said, I'm just telling you, you need to stop. And you need to pull over. And that's when I had this my phone in my hand, and I told him, I was like, you need to stop. And I'm right there by his door at this point. He reaches out and kind of like hit my phone out and grabbed my wrist.
Okay.
When he grabbed my wrist, we kind of started going back and forth, fighting. And that's when he punched the gas and he ran into my tire. And he's telling me the whole time, you know, oh, well, I don't know who you are, blah, blah, blah. And he was laying back, when he pulled me, I got something for you, reaching. And I don't know if he's reaching, I wasn't watching him, I was trying to pull away from him. And I had got him off of me, but he had my shirt, and that's when he ripped my shirt. He was pulling it. I have it underneath. Because I mean, it's all a little bit.
I just want to see that, and I was going out if we can have somebody do that. Yes.
He's pulling at it, and that's when I told him, after he's reaching, I told him, I said, I have a gun, I said, and I will shoot you. And that's when I reached for it. And because I hadn't reached for it and touched for it the entire time, I reached for it, I pulled it out. And that's when he pulled, when I pulled away from him is when, because my shirt ripped. It's not that he let go. I had it out at that point. He was still coming at me, still yelling at me, I got something for you, you know, you're going to shoot me, then shoot me, do it. And he went forward on the door, and I pushed it forward with my knee, went back forward, pushed it forward, thinking he was trying to get out. When I told him,
did the door open at all, or did it not open?
He was pushing at it. Like, he reached down, he went like this.
Okay.
So, from the angle that I was at, I don't know if it opened or not, but I could hear him grabbing his door handle. I could hear it, like just pulling at it. And so that's when I pushed the door forward and he grabbed my hand and we were going back and forth. I didn't have my hand on the trigger, but we were going back and forth and he was holding it and he was twisting it, and then that's when I actually got my grip on it. And he was turning it and then it got faced almost all the way around when I pulled it back, and he lunged again, like with one hand on me, and he lunged and he swung and he grabbed, like right here on the back of my shirt. And when he grabbed is when I honestly don't know. I don't remember telling myself to pull the trigger. It just.
So did you have your finger on the trigger?
Yeah.
So when you're holding the gun,
yeah. So I had it inside. How it's like this, I had it like, originally I was holding it like this.
Okay.
I didn't have it inside, and he's reaching and turning and twisting, and as he's turning it, he's, pulling and we're going back and forth. So of course, I bought it for protection.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I have any intentions on ever trying to use it, but I was trying to get prepared for whatever I need to be prepared for, thinking I'd be able to pull away and then just go, get away from him, and that's not how it happened.
Okay.
So when he was pulling at me, and that's when my finger, I put it on the trigger, and he's pulling and pulling. And
before this day, have you ever seen that man before in your life that you know of?
No, I haven't.
I know it's probably hard for me to talk about, but we just had to slow it down a lot. He told us what happened, but I thing by thing by thing. So you pull around and you stop in front of him, and what happens is he stops behind you?
Yeah.
How far between cars would you say? Like close, like far, like?
Maybe almost the length of this table.
Okay. And then what happens then?
Then that's when I was on the phone with dispatch, and he was asking me, he's like, who are you? And I told him.
So you're out of the car at the time?
Yeah, I had walked around and told him, you need to stop.
Okay, so
you need to pull over.
Which side of the car were you on?
I was on his driver's side, and I was at the back of my car.
So y'all on the right side of the road. I'm just trying to, because I know that intersection lot, so it's like when you come around and you get on 285. So before the ramp.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're right in front of him.
That kind of crosswalk area.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
Right there.
Okay.
And he was right here, and I had come around, and I was right here.
Okay.
And when I stopped, I got out and I walked around.
Okay.
Telling dispatch, I'm on the phone. I was on the phone with her, and I told her, I said, I'm here. I said, and he stopped. And that's when I told him, you need to stop. You need to stop.
Okay.
And he's like, who are you? I said, I'm no one, but I'm on the phone with dispatch. I'm on the phone with the police. You need to stop. You just caused that accident. And he's like, yeah, okay, I got something for you. And that's when he pulled forward.
So at this time, it was just words being exchanged. There was no contact at all yet.
Right.
Okay. So he pulled forward how? Like his car went how far forward?
All the way forward to my Jeep.
So it struck your Jeep?
It did, yeah.
Okay. You said it struck the wheel. It struck the wheel, or that wheel on the back, like the
wheel on the side of the Jeep.
The actual.
Okay.
I got you.
And that's when I was telling him, I'm like, you need to stop.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when he was reaching.
Okay.
He hit my hand. I don't know if he did it intentionally trying to throw my phone.
So you're standing. So these are two cars, or this is the car.
Mm-hmm.
And he's inside the car here. You're standing right at his passenger.
Right here, so this is where my car was right here.
So you're like an angle in front of him. Okay. So you're angled in, and he's here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So you're standing right.
She says, I don't know what that was. It's
Where the volume went, Judge.
volume and video. We lost them both. Judge, how about we take a 20-minute break for her to figure out where the volume went?
Are we going to need some assistance from IT?
Try it again. I don't know what the flash just went suddenly silent.
Megan, you're up. Megan, paging Megan to the courtroom.
I believe they had the transcripts yesterday.
Yeah, let's just do
for some reason they come back and just they could use that.
The prosecutor's like, no. We have video of your client saying things that impeach her. We're not going to read the transcript.
I called for some assistance.
Yes, okay. So you're standing right here. I came around, I was standing right here, and that's when he went forward and he hit it, and I told him, whoa, I said, look, you need to stop. I'm like, the police are right here. I said, you just need to stop. Okay, I got something for you, and I'm telling him, and of course, I'm telling him, from a distance, but I'm telling him, just stop, just stop. So at this point, you're saying stop. No gun in hand, no nothing. No nothing, yeah. Stop. Okay. And that's when, because I had my phone in my hand, dispatch. And so that's when, of course, I'm closer to the car now. Partially because he's more forward, and partially because I went forward. Okay. And he's telling me, he's like, I got something for you, which is when he hit it. When I got closer, I was telling him, you need to stop. I'm telling the lady on the phone, of course I can't hear her because I have her on speaker and all this is going on around me. And that's when me and him, he swung at my hand and he grabbed me right by my wrist and he pulled me in. So at that time, still no gun out, nothing. No. So phone in hand. Right. He swung it. So hit me how he hit you. You're holding the phone like this? That's what it was. I had it in my right hand. Okay. Yeah, and he's right here. Okay. Don't get me, but right. Well, with this hand, I'm telling you, stop. Okay. And he's just like, he went like this, and then he grabbed me. And he grabbed which hand? My right hand. I'm sorry, my left hand. The phone, not the phone. Not the phone hand, right. But when he did, which honestly, I don't know what hand, how he lunged it first, but when he lunged, it hit my phone. So he knocked it out of my hand, and he grabbed it off to the ground. Yeah. Okay. And it shattered the screen. Okay. And then he grabbed me. How? He was like this. Okay. And that's when me and him were going back and forth. Okay. But it was more me in the vehicle than it was him out because he's pulling at me, he's tugging. Okay. So he's pulling, we're going back and forth, he's hitting, he's swinging. I'm trying to hit, but I'm also trying to pull away because the only thing that I know for protecting me and this man is what I have on me. Mm-hmm. Now, by this point, I'm telling him, that's what I'm telling him, I have a gun. I said, and I will shoot you. And I'm pulling. This hand was free. I'm trying to just get away to get my phone. Mm-hmm. I couldn't. So then, that's when he's saying, okay, I got something for you. Something about, I don't even know who the F you are, you're nobody or whatever. And that's when I pulled it out because he's leaning, saying, I got something for you. This is him, he still had my hand. Okay. He's saying, I got something for you. And you're leaning back away from the car? Yeah, I'm being pulled in, but I'm trying to pull away, and that's when I pulled it out. Okay. And I told him, I said, I told him, you need to stop. That I had a gun and I was shooting. He's like, okay, shoot me. And that's when he lunged. He let me go, but he lunged, pushes the door open. Okay. Which is when I thought he was pushing the door open. He leaned forward and he's reaching again. That's when he grabbed my shirt and it ripped it. Okay. So then when he's reaching I already had it forward, reaching and it ripped. And I'm thinking here is when I'm trying to say I'm going to get away with the door thing. Mm-hmm. He grabs my hand with the gun. Okay. We're wrestling with it inside. And that's when he's turning it. And I managed to get it back towards him. And that's when it went off. Okay. So you pull up the gun. You're right hand or left? I'm right. And I have it sealed on your right side. Okay. So you pull up the gun and what happens? So he still got a hold of you or he does not hold of you? He got a hold of my hand when I pulled it out. Okay. But then that's when he lunges. He didn't lunge, but he grabs the door. Okay.
So he grabbed the door.
Is he still holding you, or is he let go now?
He's still holding me in the beginning.
Okay.
In the very beginning, which is when he grabbed the door.
Okay.
He goes to push the door open, and when I got away, but he had my shirt.
Okay.
And that's when my shirt was ripped.
What kind of shirt do you have on?
It's a black.
Buttons or no buttons or just okay?
But it has like a hole type thing in the middle that he was able to grab onto.
Okay.
Which, sorry, it's just.
I know it's hard. Take your time if you need to.
I never thought I would.
Nobody ever does. Okay.
And, okay. So I had it in my hand at this point.
Okay. Are you pointing it yet? Or are you, where is the point pointed at now?
It's up. Like this is the window. And I pulled it out like this, trying to get him away from, trying to get off. He still has a hole in my shirt. When he pulled away from the shirt is when the door happened.
Okay.
I pushed the door with my knee, and
do you think the door opened at all?
I went forward when I pushed it, which is why
it was open. It had to have been open. Okay.
I mean, and that's where all the marks came from on my jeans, with the outside of his car.
Did the photographer take pictures of you? No. Okay. We're gonna need to have it. Take pictures.
Okay, so he was, when he still had me when I pulled it out, and I'm telling him, he's like, yeah, shoot me, I got something for you, And then I was up, I had pulled it up, and that's when he had hold of my shirt ripped. He grabbed the gun.
Okay, hold the gun, grab the gun, you ready? Grab the gun.
So he's trying to turn like this. And after I pushed up against the door, after my shirt was ripped, he went like this.
Okay.
And he was pulling at it. But my hands were just on
the
side. And yeah,
okay.
So he's pulling at it, and he's pulling at the trigger area, in the trigger.
His hand is in the trigger guard?
His hand is in the trigger guard, yeah.
Okay.
And that, I mean, the specific reason why I bought the one that I bought was because it had the double safety mechanism.
Right.
So I wasn't too worried, I guess, because I didn't have my hand all the way on that, on the back, I could tell.
Okay.
So he's pulling at it, and that's when he's going like this, and he's turning it.
Turning it away from himself.
Yeah, and he's trying to, and that's when he grabs it. My fingers and his fingers were both in it, and he's trying to pull it, and that's when I'm trying to pull my hand out, but I'm not trying to leave the gun there, obviously.
Right.
So he was pulling it and turning it, and that's when I was able to kind of just like yank it back towards him, and he had it like this. And he's like, yeah, just shoot me. And that's when he lunged. He still had a hold of my hand right here.
With the gun?
With my hand. And he lunged, and that's when.
Okay. Yeah. Do you think that he pulled the trigger, or do you think that you pulled the trigger?
What I told them originally was that I felt like he did. Because I did not have my finger. I know about the double safety mechanism, so that's why I specifically did not have my finger on the trigger.
Okay.
Now, when I pulled it back around, after he was, tugging at me and he lunged, he still had his hand on it, and I had my hand in on it.
Okay.
But it was more so of a matter of force instead of me saying, okay, I'm going to pull the trigger.
Okay.
And
you're talking about the double safety. I'm not familiar with what kind of thing you're talking about.
Springfield and SD 9mm.
9mm, okay. When you're talking about it, is it like a double trigger? It's like a trigger and then another trigger, and you have to pull them both back in order to. Okay.
And then also on the back of the handle, there's also like a
switch, like safety switch.
The one you grab it, right?
Yeah, it's like a almost like a. I don't know how to.
Yeah, the part of the gun is going to be.
Oh, you're not pressing that.
You don't push it with, because you don't push it.
Right.
This part.
Let me demonstrate on our firearms.
Wow. Which, when he first had it turned, I heard it click. Like the trigger was pulled, and that's before I had it pulled down. Before I had my finger pulled down, but because I didn't have my finger on that back part, it didn't do anything.
Gotcha.
So he's pulling and he's fighting, and that's when I put my finger on the trigger, and he still had his hands on my hand, so that way both of our hands was in the, I don't know, the trigger.
The trigger guard?
Trigger, yeah,
like a little circle finger thing?
inside.
Yeah, okay.
And that's, I'm pulling, and that's when it went off.
Okay. Never seen this thing before?
No.
Okay. Will you write me a statement saying what you just told me?
Big questions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I help you understand the more part about because you sound like you're saying you grabbed the three things at one time. The door, your shirt, and the gun. I'm not understanding how you can grab all three at one time. So make that more clear to me.
So the first thing that he grabbed was my hand with his right hand.
Okay, at this point there's no gun on you.
There's no.
No,
It's not out.
Right. All right, first thing you grabbed your shirt. Where at on your shirt?
No, not my shirt. He grabbed my hand.
Okay, grab your wrist.
Yeah. With his right, he grabbed my left wrist with his right hand.
Okay.
And that's when me and him were fighting, going back and forth, hitting. And that's when he's telling me, he's like, okay, well, I got something for you. He's twisted and turning and he's leaning back. So then, after that is when I told him that I had a gun.
All right, let me go back to where the wrist is grabbing. At what point were you inside? Were your arms inside of the vehicle? Or did he have to lean out of the side of the window to grab you?
He had to lean out. Because I was right at the window, so it wasn't...
Were your arms right from the window when you was talking to him?
No.
What was your hands doing besides the cell phone? What was his hands doing?
So if this is the window, and this is inside the car, I'm telling him you need to stop. Because my hand's right here, and I'm on the phone with the police. Now, I wasn't...
Was he stopped at that point? The vehicle?
Yes.
So why did you say I tell him to stop if he stopped?
He wasn't in park, and he never turned off the vehicle. And it wasn't a matter of like he was, I guess, not complying, but he was just saying, and it wasn't necessarily that he was inching, but like he just was saying, no, I'm not, I got something, I don't even know who you are, who are you? That's what I'm telling him.
Okay.
I was no one.
So what was your response to that?
To what?
I don't know who you are.
That's what I told him. I said, I'm no one. I said, but I'm on the phone with the police.
Okay.
And they're telling you to stop.
And when you responded to that, what are you doing? Are you still moving? Are you talking with your hands? Are you still moving with your hands? Are you still holding the stop? Are you pointing? I'm trying to understand. Somebody's sitting in the truck.
Right.
You're standing outside.
Right.
How can their right hand reach across to grab your left? So trying to without you being partially inside of that vehicle already.
I mean, I was close.
Okay.
But I wasn't leaning forward. You know what I mean? Like I wasn't.
So you were just.
Right. And that's when he's saying, I don't know who you are. And that's when he reached forward, like he was swinging almost.
Like trying to swing and hit you. Okay.
And that's when he grabbed me. And that's what I thought he was going to do. I thought he was going to hit me. So I was just willing to just take the hit and thinking it was going to go past that, and I was still on the phone with the police, and I could see the police cars. So but instead of swinging, when he swung with that hand,
his right hand?
I'm sorry, yes, when he swung with his right, when I was thinking he was swinging with his right hand, is when he grabbed my wrist.
Okay.
But before he grabbed my wrist, there was a motion with his, I think it was his left hand. There's no way that he could have motioned it over here with his right hand. Did I see it with two different hands? No, but I'm looking at him.
What kind of motion?
Like he was telling me to
get away.
Basically, yeah. Like no, I'm not stopping. I'm not. He's like, no, I don't know who you are. You're not no one. You're no one.
So he's like motionless and like get away from me. Like kind of like get away. I don't know who you are.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't know if it was a get away or if it was a trying to hit the phone out of my hand. Because I'm going like this to him. I'm on the phone with them right now.
So you like explain the screen to him?
Yeah.
How you looking at him? So at that point you stick your, is your hand more so inside the truck or is it the outside?
Closer.
Okay. Closer to his person.
Yeah, I don't think I was in the truck too.
I got you. I'm not saying you're in the truck like that.
No,
but like, it's a lower truck. I saw the vehicle. I saw everything was parked at the end. So before how close your vehicles were, you were saying there was a little bit more distance. All right. So prior to that distance, all this is when this all happens, right? You grab your hand before pulling off, or then you grab your hand after?
He grabbed my hand before.
All right. So this is grabbing your hand before.
And while he has my hand, and we were going back and forth and we're fighting and whatever.
All right.
My phone had already fallen out the Jeep. Fallen out my hand. And that's when he's saying, I got something for you. And that's when he went forward.
Okay, I got something for you, go forward. While still holding on to you.
Right. But,
all right.
yes. And then that's when I reached back. Because with one hand, he has me and he's had me pull, and we're going back and forth, and his hand, eventually my shirt got ripped somehow. But it wasn't when he had grabbed it, it was where he was just like hitting and we were scuffling basically, if that makes sense.
Okay, so your shirt got ripped from scuffling, not from him grabbing.
You could hear like stitch pull.
Okay, so
but at the end, what caused it to rip, actually rip like fully, was from him grabbing it and him pulling it.
Alright, from him pulling it. Alright, so let me understand. So we got the grabbing of the wrist.
Right.
Then I got something for you where the vehicle moves forward.
Right.
While I'm still holding you. Alright. Yeah. At what point does the door open?
I went with the vehicle when the vehicle moved forward.
How did the vehicle stop? Did he just stop or did you?
No, it didn't stop. He didn't stop. It went into the car.
Was he driving it forward, or was he? Did he have to? What was his hand doing when the vehicle went forward?
One hand was with me.
On your shirt or on your?
That was with my wrist.
Okay.
Yeah. And then
did he move? Like, did he turn to like drive the vehicle away, or did he?
I mean,
did his foot slip off the brake and it moved?
No, because you can hear it rest.
Yeah, okay. It rest, right? Okay. So he's holding you with his right hand, and he moved forward. I guess it's might move driving forward.
He didn't reach forward for the
steering wheel.
No, he didn't.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, you just heard the engine rev.
Okay. Did at any point he shut off his vehicle?
No.
So the car should have still been driving by the time police got there?
To be honest, I don't know.
Do you remember him reaching over the gear shift to park it or to do anything? Or did you have to reach in and turn his car off or something like that?
The only time that he reached was when he's saying, I got something for you. After he had let go.
When he was he reaching the back, side, front, where was he reaching at?
I saw his arm go this way.
So it's like towards the back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Toward almost turned diagonal.
Okay,
but
I got you, like kind of.
It could have been to the back, it could have been behind, underneath, to the side.
I got you.
It could have been to the gear shift. With you saying it now, but he's saying, after I had said I have a gun, he said, oh, and he's saying still, I got something for you, and he reaches.
But the first time you said I got something for you, he just moved the vehicle.
Right.
There was no reaching for no weapon or anything at that time, he just moved up the vehicle. All right, so at this point, after he grabs your arm, I have something for you, strikes your vehicle, what happens next?
Then my wrist, I pulled my wrist away.
So you got to get away from him?
Yeah, I had already had my gun pulled out.
Alright, so where did you remove your gun from?
A concealed holster.
So you have a concealed holster on your right hip? Okay.
So I pulled it out.
And when you pulled it out, what did you do with that gun?
I loaded it.
Alright, so you racked the chamber?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
Which is when he had my shirt.
So at this time, he's now grabbing your shirt.
Whoa.
So he was able to get away, snatch away from him with your left wrist.
That's a problem.
And immediately, did he grab your shirt, or was there some separation at some point?
There was a minimal amount of separation. From the wrist, I had the gun out. When I pulled it away, it was a one movement. I was still within a couple inches of his, of his door. And that's when he's pushing open the door.
Alright, why didn't you didn't have enough time to retreat, to run away to your vehicle?
That's what I had intentions on doing after I took out my gun.
Okay.
But that's what I'm saying, that's when he pulled out. That was where the lean happened, the reach, I got something for you, he's pushing open the door, and that's when I pushed up against the door. I had it in my hand, I wasn't holding it back. But I had it in my hand, and I'm at the window with my gun in my hand.
So we got to reach back, also open the the door, which you got to lean kind of forward, but you close that, all right?
After the reach, it wasn't a matter of him just like staying over here. He was reaching, and then it was
So reaching means like he's like looking for something. Is he still over there trying to find something, or is it just like just a little reach back?
From where we were, halfway in and out, both of us, it was, I got something for you.
Okay. But does he hold that position, or is it something just very quick?
I looked up to see him like this, and when I looked back, he was moving forward.
Okay.
And so was pushing his
all right, I got you. So it wasn't like a hold, like I'm searching, reaching.
Yeah, no.
I got you. All right, so then he leans back, pushes the door forward. Do you ever see what's in his hand?
I couldn't see his hand from where we were, from how I was pulled back and the angle that I'm sitting at, and
I'm going to turn it back to the original audio instead of what I changed it to. Are you ready?
You know what I mean? Like there was no assuming that there was, assuming that there wasn't.
Which one's better?
Just this one.
It was just me just trying to make sure that I was prepared for whatever it may have been.
I got you. So at that time, he opens the door. You close it back, right?
That's when I pushed up against it with my knee.
What made you do that? Why would you open the door?
I'm yelling at him, telling him to stay in the car. I told him you need to stay in the car. The police are on their way.
Okay.
And that's when he lunges.
He grabbed when you say lunges, that means he like actually trying to like reach out the window? Like at this point, he's past the barrier from inside the vehicle to the outside?
Right, yeah.
Okay.
And he got on his both?
He's just coming with his right hand.
Okay.
Because he's turned sideways, like if this is the window, he's turned sideways as he has his hand up against, almost like he has it on the armrest. He had his hand up against the door. That's when I pushed it, and I told him, you need to stay in the car.
Okay.
And I had it in my hand.
Are you pointing at him at this time?
I'm not pointing it at him, but I'm not pointing it.
So where are you pointing at? Where is he not pointing?
At rest with my hands, right here.
So your hand is actually on the car?
No, I'm just saying, like at the window.
Okay.
And I was actually further away because I had my knee on the door when I told him that.
Okay.
So I had my knee on the door, and I'm telling him, you need to stay in. I'm not reaching in, I'm not moving, I'm not touching.
Do you remember which knee that is?
Do you remember which side?
Which knee? The right, left?
The right knee.
So it's your right knee, so the same side as where you're looking at?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I had it face this way, and I pushed the door forward.
All right, tell me how your hands are. Is she holding the gun sideways, holding the pointed? Like, where's your hand going? Sideways, where's your hands?
My hands are up here.
Oh, so you got a higher rate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I pulled it out, and I had it up here.
Where's the muzzle point?
It's more so pointing sideways. I have it, so I have it in my hand like this.
All right, so not pointing at him, but just kind of like ready if he has to pull. All right. And then you close the door back and tell him to stay in the car. At this point, he reaches out, correct? And he reaches out with his right hand. So you know there's nothing, no weapon or nothing in his right hand, correct?
Correct, well, yes.
Because you didn't see no weapon or nothing in his right hand.
I didn't see anything in it, but he didn't have anything in his hand.
Okay.
This hand is still down.
The left hand, which was the one that he was not reaching with, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
That's the one, he just reached to trying to open the door. Okay. And then he grabbed your shirt.
He grabbed my shirt.
With his right hand. Okay.
And that's when I'm trying to just pull away from him, and it was making me nervous because of the fact that I had the gun in my hand and I wasn't holding it like I'm ready to shoot, so I didn't have the best grip on it. So because of it, I'm pulling away from him, and he's pulling at me.
So you're using both hands now to try to push off the car, or
It's more so just my right hand because I'm trying to, do this with him.
Okay, with the left hand.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I'm trying to do this, just trying to push him off of me. And the gun is still facing that way.
Okay.
But that's when he lifts up and he grabs it.
Lifts up
with this hand, his left hand.
So he lifts up with his left hand, grabs me, he lifts up with his left hand, grabs the gun.
Just as he pulls away with my shirt, like almost like he's trying to pull me closer towards him. But that's when the shirt rips all together. When that happens, when he lifts up with his right hand.
Okay.
His left hand.
Okay.
And the gun is right at his door.
Okay.
And he grabs it.
Okay. With his left hand?
With his left hand, yeah.
Okay. And at this time, is he still holding on to your shirt with the right hand, or?
No, his hand had come off of my shirt.
All right.
So
You
now
said what?
his hand had come off of my shirt.
So now left hand grabbing the gun. What is right hand doing?
Left hand was grabbing the gun. Then as he immediately pulled his right hand around.
So now he got two hands on your gun.
On me, yes.
Okay. And at that point, how many hands do you have on your gun?
I pulled my hand under, and I was trying to pull my actual hand away.
Okay.
I couldn't actually grab the gun itself.
Because your right hand and his hands are all
Okay. Right. Don't have my fingers on the trigger. I had it resting on the side of the trigger.
Mm-hmm.
That's when he's turning it, like he keeps turning, and it gets to almost like where my hand is on top of it. His hands are turning it, and we're that way, and it's kind of going back and forth over here, and when it was in this is when I...
At this point, is the gun more so inside of the truck or more so outside of the truck?
It's more so... We were right at the window,
right.
But when he's turning it, it's outside.
Okay, so it's more so outside of the truck.
Mm-hmm.
That is how your gun and your hands are more out of the truck.
Because, yeah, so it's like a back and forth thing. You know, it's like he's pulling, I'm pulling.
Mm-hmm.
But the only thing that was keeping me
from... So the tug of war, you was primarily winning because of the fact that your hands were outside of the truck?
It kind of was going back and forth.
Okay.
The only reason that I was able to pull fully, I couldn't because he was stronger than I was.
Okay.
To actually pull away from him, but the truck and my knee being up against the truck was kind of helping me. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so that's when I was pulling. We're going back and forth. And the entire time, it was never more so in the car, out the car when we had the gun. It was more so like right there. And he's pulling, so my arm is now technically inside the vehicle.
Okay.
And he's pulling and pulling, and it got to where the gun was pointed kind of that way. And he had a hold of the trigger, and the trigger was pulled.
Okay.
It didn't go off.
Because your hand wasn't on the safe.
Right. So that's when I'm lifting up, and I'm trying to pull over.
Okay.
When I'm lifting up, and I'm trying to think that I can just get above him, because I have air in the truck, thinking I could just get above him, and it wasn't working. So then we're back here, both hands, and I'm yelling at him, telling him, I said, just let go, let go. And he's yelling, no, just shoot me. You said you're going to, just shoot me. And I'm like, just let go. That's when his hands and my fingers were
in the trigger guard.
They were at the trigger guard.
Okay.
And that's when my hand was underneath, so I was still pulling, and he let go with his right hand. His right hand, which is when he was reaching. And when he was reaching is when my hand went in the trigger guard, yes. And that's when he grabbed kind of like this side. It was somewhere right here.
So with his right hand. Left hand still on the gun?
Left hand still on the gun, yeah.
And then he grabs you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's...
Well, he tried to grab me, but when I pulled away is when, because he's more forward now than he was before, and more turned. I mean, he's almost fully turned. By pulling. And I think that was more so just a matter of us kind of going back and forth with him like this. And he's pulling. After he tried to pull the trigger, when it came back around, is when I had my hand on the trigger. And he still was squeezing, reaching, pulling, turning.
With his left hand.
Which is when the lunge happened, like the
extra.
And that's when it went off.
How many shots were fired?
Just
one. How many does your gun hold?
It holds, the magazine that's in it now, I want to say 15 or 16.
Was it full?
No, it wasn't.
Do you know how many was in there?
11 or 12. My boyfriend noticed it for me after he bought me new bullets, so
How did you get the gun?
like originally purchased it, you mean?
Yeah, like was it gifted or did you go buy it?
No.
Where did you buy it from?
Gun Safe and Armory in Forest Park.
Okay.
Yeah. maybe a couple weeks.
A couple weeks. Did you take any training classes?
Not long enough.
Or did it jump at you?
It wasn't, I didn't take any scheduled training. Professional, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I've been to the range. I grew up shooting range. I grew up around police officers, actually. So.
Why, you brought up about the 911 call. Why did you stop?
Why did I stop originally?
Yeah.
Because I could.
Why did you check? Like, why didn't you stop?
I'm not a just, it wasn't me type of person.
What you explain?
I mean, not that it has anything to do with it, but my entire life until I was 18 and my grandfather passed away, I was going to be a police officer. And I'm a people person. I like to help people. And considering the fact that I was almost involved, it threw me. So I called the police, and when I was on the phone with her, I told her, I said, I'm sure they've already called, but I'm just letting you know. She goes, well, we haven't actually received any calls yet. So I thought it was weird. So that's why I pulled off. I got out. I walked over and was talking to them. And after he was getting out of his truck, the truck driver had come back. The other police officer was also there. And that's when he had come back, or he was getting out of his truck and he was stumbling and falling into traffic.
The guy?
Yeah.
So he had appeared inebriated to you?
Yes.
Have you been around drunk people before, or people using other drugs without a prescription or not?
Mm-hmm.
What did you think?
I thought it was alcohol.
Okay. Did you ever smell any alcohol in it?
I never got close enough.
Even when you're at the window, like when you're having this, did you ever take a whiff of anything, or?
I can't say that I did. Can't say that I didn't.
Okay.
Was that something that you noticed? Did
you smell anything that you noticed?
No.
No?
No, nothing other than the outside.
Okay, yeah, no, I was just like, all their pretty smells or nothing like that.
No. But when I was standing there talking to the guy, I thought it was weird that he kept going back to his vehicle. So that's why, and he turned it on and started revving it while we were all standing in front of it.
Okay.
So that's when I had walked back across the street and I was calling my parents to tell them what happened. And I told them, let me call you right back. It's been almost 20 minutes and this guy's making me nervous.
Okay.
So I called dispatch. That was when I called the police officer. The police and the dispatch answered. And that's when I was on the phone with her when he took off.
And did the dispatch ever tell you not to follow him?
She said, I told her, I said, I'm following him. And she said, yeah, so she said, she's like, we ask that you don't put yourself at risk.
Okay.
And I told her, I said, I'm just trying to get a tag number so you can have it. By the time I got a tag number, we were at the end 2 Ridgeville Road, and I come around that corner, and right before he came around the corner, I came around the corner, and I got in front of him, and I stopped him.
Did you ever get the tag number?
Right when I got to the end, yeah.
Alright. So did you get the tag number before you kind of cut him off?
Yes.
What made you cut him off still after getting the tag number?
I saw the police lights, and the police lights was more so than after. Again, I've been involved in the hit and run, and if the world was perfect, I could know that was his car, that tag number would go to the right person, but it wasn't just like he was just in the accident and then he just wanted to leave. He was just in the accident and he was all over the place. And that's what I told the dispatch. I said, he's all over the place. I said, there's no way. I said, please just get an officer here. I said, and then, I'll stop, but I said, he's going to hurt someone.
Right.
Which is when I got in front of him. And assuming that was going to stop him.
Because we're stopping at 9:34, moving ahead.
Okay, this is a big problem for Hannah. Big problem because her story is very different from what she testified on the stand. She's said several times that her finger was on the trigger, and she demonstrated that's when and she squeezed her hand. She racked the gun. That was new. We did not know that had occurred.
Can you show me that? We'll get a photographer to do it. So we can get pictures of the description.
I mean, there's a little more here, and I'm not saying actual bruises. I'm just saying, like...
No, wherever you sustain injury.
I have a scratch here.
Okay.
I mean, I felt more scratches around here. I don't... Yeah, but with my hair was more... When I first... I mean, because I have it... Not that it makes that much of a difference, but it was like that.
Okay.
So we're going back and forth.
Okay, right.
But I mean, that one, I don't know if there's anywhere. I haven't looked.
Okay.
I have a bra.
Okay.
Judge, we're stopping at 9:36:12.
Yes.
Detective Hayward, would you agree, based on your investigation in this case, that this interview basically took place within a couple of hours of the shooting?
Correct.
And at the time that you conducted the interview with the defendant, had you listened to the 911 calls?
No.
Had you formally interviewed any of the other eyewitnesses?
No.
Had you watched the body cameras of any of the uniform responding officers?
No.
So when you hear the defendant in the interview saying that she was telling Mr. Herring to stay in the car, did you hear her say that?
Yes.
Were you aware that on the 911 calls, she's saying the opposite, get out of the car?
Not at that time, no.
And do you, for the record, on the interview, do you hear that the defendant admits that she caused Mr. Herring to stop, that she stopped him?
Correct.
And even though she goes back and forth repeatedly, do you hear the defendant several times in your interview with her acknowledge that she put her finger on the trigger?
Yes.
Based on your evidence in this case, after the interview, obviously, did you watch all the interviews and conduct the interviews and watch the media that I just talked about?
Yes.
Did you receive any evidence in this case that Mr. Herring ever got out of his vehicle in any way?
No.
And did you hear the defendant acknowledge that Mr. Herring had nothing in his hands?
Yes.
Did you ever hear her, or did she ever tell you at any time about any specific weapon she was concerned about?
No.
Did the defendant ever mention being concerned about a sheetrock knife located back in the trash or behind Mr. Herring's seat? Did she ever mention a knife to you at all?
No.
Let's talk a little bit about
sheetrock knife. I didn't see a sheetrock knife. They have lots of sharp points on a sheetrock knife.
1 second. In order to be a police officer, do you receive any training as it relates to firearms in general?
Yes, ma'am. Initially in basic law enforcement training and then ongoing continuous training throughout the year of your career.
And have you maintained, you said you're still working in security?
Correct.
Are you still around weapons,
yes,
things like that?
I am.
And I want to go back to one thing before I forget to do it. Do you hear, you asked the defendant specifically if she'd taken any gun safety classes, and she told you no?
Correct. Professionally, yes.
You and the defendant kind of start discussing the double safety, is that correct?
Yes.
Approach with what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit number 15. I'm going to ask the witness if he can step down to show a feature of this weapon, please.
Yes.
If you would make sure, since your back is going to be to the court reporter, if you keep your voice up.
Okay.
And again, for the record, there is a zip tie. There is no ammunition. The gun is safe. If you could show the jury on State's Exhibit number 15 what that second safety is and where it is on the firearm.
It's going to be on the back side of the handle, where my finger is pointing, and you have to grasp the handle firmly to push that trigger in.
And there's also the double trigger, so there's a safety feature on the trigger. So in order for this gun to fire, what all has to be happening at the same time?
Both the trigger on the back of the handle and also the trigger within the trigger guard have to be pulled.
So someone's hand has to be firmly on both.
Correct.
All right. If you would.
XD9, that's the one.
You heard on the interview that the defendant claims that the moment she was able to pull the gun, that she wrapped the slide.
Yes.
In your experience with firearms, how many hands does it take to wrap a slide?
2.
Unless
so
you're trained in like
the gun out, who's wrapping the slide, she has both hands.
Correct.
That's the problem. That's the problem where she says she wrapped the gun. Because that means that both her hands were free, and arguably she was disengaged at that point, and she returns to it. What are we doing now?
Were you eventually able to obtain a video of this incident?
Yes.
And that was from Cameron Williams, is that correct?
Can't recall the name, but it was from a witness.
The approach with what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit number 22. You may. Thank you, Judge. I'm just going to let you look at that, and I'm going to display it. Using State's Exhibit number 22, the position that you see the defendant's hand in, with her hand all the way on the back of the grip and the finger in the trigger guard, is that the position that a hand would have to be in order to pull the trigger on that gun for it to work?
Correct.
You guys, I can read the thoughts of the defense attorney. I'm gonna patch you guys in so you can hear them.
Any cross-exam?
Yes, ma'am.
Attorney Turker.
Mr. Haywood, how you doing today? You're sharp as always.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Now, you were saying that the interview you had with Miss Payne, that was a couple of hours after the incident, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And there had been a couple of interviews with her with other officers, correct?
Not to my knowledge. Maybe the initial interview with the uniform officer, but typically it's not something that more in-detailed interview on the roadside is not something that's typical.
So it wasn't typical for them to do an interview like that, or?
To my knowledge, it's not I do not recall them having a detailed interview on the side of the road with her.
Okay, but when you did your investigation, you saw with the officer put her in the back of the car, walked up with the pad, started asking her what happened, correct?
No.
So you never went back and witnessed that video that your officer had where he was interviewing?
Yeah, so it's been a while. According to my recollection, Hannah Payne was not in the back of a car. She was out. She was standing with an officer. And then, and that's when we was informed that officer to go ahead and detain her, to transport her to our headquarters for an interview.
So, according to your recollection, they got her, they detained her, put her in a car, straight to the precinct?
Correct.
Okay. And she sat at the precinct for a long time, correct?
Yes, she was there for a while.
Okay. And her phone was taken away from her, correct?
Correct.
Was she ever asking to speak to her parents or call her parents to let them know that she's okay?
At one point she did ask.
Okay. And did you allow her to call her parents to say, hey, I'm okay? The last time they talked, it's kind of crazy.
At that point, I informed her that her parents was already there.
Parents were at the precinct?
Correct.
Okay.
Can we approach, please? Yes, you may.
Okay, this is interesting. He's trying to impeach the witness, but like somebody mentioned earlier, even if this guy remembers that the moon was made of cheese, it's not going to help the fact of what she said on the video. So I think he's going to successfully confuse this witness and get him to say some things that didn't happen or he doesn't remember correctly. But it's not his memory that played the video for us. It's what Hannah said. And huge things that are a problem there. She says, my finger was on the trigger. She says, in one time she says, that's when and she never completes the sentence. But she makes hand gestures that make it look like she's squeezing the gun with all her fingers, including the one with the finger that was over the trigger and how it went in. One point she says, my finger was on first, and then his finger was also in there, and this motion, then it pushed it, so his finger pushed my finger. And her story changes a little bit, but she doesn't say that his finger was also in there until the lady detective offers that scenario as what could have happened. And then she sort of adopts that into her story. Not good for her. It's not good for her. The story about the door opening, I didn't hear that before, about her trying to keep him in the car. That doesn't line up with any of the video we've heard about stay in the car. It was get the blanket out of the car, was what I had heard. So that's confusing as well. We do know there were issues with the door, and that the police had a hard time unlocking it, getting it open when they arrived. But yeah, this creates some problems. And if they can successfully show that she lied about some of her testimony, then the jury could believe that she lied about other parts of the testimony, specifically those times that we don't have video or audio of. And those are the key moments in this trial. And that is the time that she was approaching the vehicle, what she initially did, and what happened inside the vehicle, that even though we have some video of, we can't really see where everyone's hands were and how it went down. I do still believe there was a struggle for the gun, but it sounds more and more by her description that she pulled the trigger. Missed the racking part. When did she actually rack the gun? Early on, she says that's when I drew the gun and I had to rack it.
So we were back where she'd asked to use the phone to talk to her parents, correct?
Okay, that's
basically just say
that's an objection. He won.
Correct.
Okay, and then it was roughly about an hour, 22 minutes before that she sat in the room just sitting there kind of putting her head down. You know, I don't think we got to see the whole thing, but it was just, you know, just her in a room by herself, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, you and Detective Moore came in there and started asking questions. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. And in these questions, how long have you been a detective there at Clayton County?
For 3 years.
Okay. And did you have any other training as a detective before that?
Just the basic law enforcement uniform.
Okay. And basically, as a detective, they teach you different strategies and techniques on how to interview people?
Correct.
And it's different than they would a law enforcement that's on the street, correct?
Not necessarily, no, sir.
Did you take any different classes to assist you in the ability to interview?
No, I did not take an additional interview and interrogation courses.
Okay. And have you ever had an occasion where you're dealing with somebody and say they cut you off or won't listen to you or try to end your sentences?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and how did that make you feel? Frustrated?
It can be frustrating.
So, and in this interview, a lot of times you're asking Miss Payne some questions, and it appears you did not let her finish her sentence, or you're trying to finish it for her. Did you see that in the interview?
No, sir. What I did recognize is that I allowed Detective Moore to ask all the questions initially, and I was just asking follow-up questions to get more detailed information.
All right, do you recall asking her, so did the door open, or did you see the door open? She says, I didn't see the door open, but your next question said, now that the door is opening. Do you recall seeing that on the video, or do you recall saying that?
No, sir.
Okay. Why were you harping on the door?
And I was just interested in regards to like the positioning of the incident, whether it took place inside of the vehicle or whether it took place outside, because but just with the initial conversation with the uniform officers, it was supposedly that there was a physical altercation with Miss Payne inside of the vehicle striking Mr. Herring.
So you did talk to some of the officers that were on the scene, correct?
Yes, to gain initial information.
And none of them said that the officer took her in the back of the car and interviewed her?
No.
Okay. Now, as I was writing it down, it appeared she was telling about he was reaching for something to open the door or trying to open the door. She couldn't really tell, but she heard kind of grabbing at the panel on the inside. She didn't say panel, but at the door. Did you try to open the door when you got on the scene?
I can't recall if I tried to open the door, but I doubt it.
Okay. Did you hear that anybody could get the door open?
I can't recall, honestly speaking.
Do you recall Officer Ritchie saying that he had to go around to get into the vehicle because the door on the driver's side would not open?
Okay. I don't recall that, no.
Okay. Do you recall anybody else mentioning the door, or how about this? Do you recall how much damage was on the truck?
Oh, the vehicle had extensive damage, yes.
Okay. And could that damage cause that door to have not opened?
There's a possibility, yes. Yes, sir.
All right. And so there's a possibility because the damage occurred prior to the encounter with Miss Payne, correct?
Right, with the accident.
So it's a possibility that door could not open.
Correct.
Okay. And you stated there, she started talking to you initially and stated that basically she was on the phone with the police or 911, and she'd been told by an officer to go get the tag. Do you recall hearing that in your interview?
Repeat that?
Do you recall hearing in your interview that her saying that she was on the phone with 911?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall hearing that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall hearing her saying that there was an officer at the scene of the first accident
Oh, yeah, off-duty officer, yes.
Okay. But she called him an officer, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall her saying the officer kind of was like, go get the tag?
Yes.
Okay. So, from her side, she was telling you that's what was occurring when she went to get the tag, correct?
Okay, yes.
Okay, and then you asked the question, why didn't you stop? She said, well, the person on the phone was kind of like, be safe. So, do you remember her saying that she didn't recall them saying, don't chase, but you need to be safe?
No.
Okay. So, you don't remember her saying that the individual on the phone from 911 said that she needed to be safe?
I recalled she said that she was on the phone with 911, and I don't recall the fact that the person said, just be safe. No.
You need to be safe. We want to make sure you're safe. Something along that line.
Right.
Okay. I know it's been a while.
Yes.
But we just heard it, and I know you got other things going on. So, let's see. Do you recall her stating that she just was walking up to the door, had the phone to show that she had 911 on the call, to talk to the gentleman to tell him to go back to the accident, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So it sounds like she's just walking up with the phone trying to say, hey, you need to go back to the accident. She's not walking up there to get aggressive. She's walking up there to tell him to go back to the accident, correct?
That's not what she said to me in regards to just that she was just telling him to go back to the accident in the interview. That's not what I recall from the interview, no.
Okay, at the beginning of the interview, when she did the quick explanation of what's going on.
Right.
You don't recall her saying that I was on the phone with 911 and I walked up the phone to show that I was on the phone with the police or 911 and was telling him he needed to go back to the accident.
Not to hope you go back to the accident. No, I don't recall that part of the interview.
Okay. But you do recall hearing her say that as they were struggling and going back and forth for the gun, that she heard him pull the trigger and it clicked. And that's when they started talking about the safety mechanisms on the gun, correct?
I'm sorry?
When she was testifying or telling you in this interview.
Okay.
She was talking about the position of her hands.
Yes.
A lot of times she would say trigger guard. A lot of times she'd say trigger. A lot of times she'd say hand. Do you recall hearing that?
Those terms, yes.
Okay. And a couple of times she said trigger, but she came back and corrected herself to say trigger guard.
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall her saying that as they're pulling for this, that his hand got into the trigger and pulled it and it clicked?
No.
You don't recall that?
I heard trigger guard.
Okay, you didn't hear on that video where it just said, I heard the gun click. He had his finger in the trigger guard.
No.
Okay, hold on. I would hate to have to play it all back, Your Honor, but I believe it was in between. She said 9. I got right around 9:36. Oh,
So this is just taking forever to get to this point.
oh, okay. I can use that.
I'm surprised the defense attorney said, hey, just grab the transcripts. Or the prosecutor should have just said, just grab the transcripts.
All right. I will. Now, as I'm looking for this, I'll keep trying to move forward. Now, you recall her saying that she saw that the car was stopped, so she pulled in front of the car, or the truck.
No, sir.
What defense needs right now is a keyword referenced table showing all the comments and time to stamp that he can jump to.
I honestly don't know if the door opened or not, but I could hear him grabbing at the door handle. Do you recall hearing that?
I remember that.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall her saying, not once but a couple of times, that she had no intention of ever trying to use her gun?
I don't recall her saying that directly, but she did try to speak towards that, yes.
Yes. So I'm gonna, if I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
I'm gonna refresh your memory. These are the transcripts of the interview that we just heard.
What exhibit is that?
It states Exhibit 41. I don't believe they tendered it. They just used it for refreshing.
Okay.
And I'll just do the same. Do you see in there where it says she had no intention of using it being the gun?
Yes, I see that.
Right. Does that refresh your memory a little bit better?
Take like 5 more minutes to keep reading, and I'm going to get a good nap in here.
Number 9. So, you refresh your memory, so you do recall her saying she had no intention of using the gun, correct?
Yes, but she was prepared.
Okay. And in that page 2, it kept saying that he kept pulling and pulling, and do you recall Detective Moore on that same page asking, so you pulled around and you stopped in front of him? What happens? So it wasn't like she blocked him in, she stopped in front of him, correct? Do you recall hearing that in there?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And a lot of times she kept saying that when she got up there, that the victim, the deceased there was asking, who are you? You're nobody. Do you recall hearing that from the testimony?
Yes, sir, correct.
Okay, and she kept saying that he was telling her he had something for you and leaning back, correct?
Yes, that's what Ms. Payne said.
Okay. Now, did you get a chance to look at the contents of that truck?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any kind of items within that truck that could have been used to cause bodily harm to Ms. Payne?
Again, this has been a while. To my record, I would have to probably see like the evidence list, but yes, it was like syringes in there. I do believe like there was a sharp tool that we did submit to evidence just because she stated that she did see him reaching for something. So I don't think a lot of documents. There was a lot of things in that truck.
Okay, so as a detective,
I'm gonna go get another drink.
And hearing what she had said in her interview, wouldn't you go back to his vehicle and look around to see if items that could have caused bodily harm and take them in as evidence?
Yes, I believe that was done.
So the knife was taken in as evidence?
Yes, I believe that was done.
Okay. And I have defense exhibit 23, 24, 26, 30, and 30. And I think it goes up to 36, correct? I'm going to stick it together. 26, 30, and 36. I'm playing this right there. So, you can look at those photos right there. Is that, to your knowledge, and I know it's been a while, is that a fair and accurate representation of what you saw in the vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. And as you look at those, do you see anything of interest that would probably be collected or used to investigate to find out what really was going on?
Surprised there's no objection.
If something had to be of concern, it would be Exhibit 23, the cutting tool.
Okay.
The cutting tool.
And nothing
It's called
else
a knife.
in those pictures are of any interest to try to explain what was going on or somebody's behavior?
Do they have another witness?
The syringe caps? Is that what you... But no, sir.
There's nothing else in those pictures that were any interest or any
objection.
value?
No, sir.
This is the third time he's asked this question. The witness has answered it. I would ask that the council move on.
Your Honor, I asked one time, he talked about a saw. I asked again, he just answered with the caps, and that's it. I haven't asked a third.
Okay, so I am going to sustain the objection. He has answered with what he thought might be used as a cutting tool was his response.
Correct.
He has answered.
And then he also answered that they were caps to a syringe, and then he said that was it. And I haven't asked another question since then.
Okay, so he has answered. So if you move on, Attorney Tucker.
All right, you're on.
This attorney is so frustrated about losing objections.
Okay.
We're up to 39 on the objection count, by the way. Unless I missed something while I was getting some water. Ooh, close shave this morning. Is that Gillette? Nice crisp tie as well. It's a good knot.
Okay. And this was the picture that you stated that there was a saw in, correct?
Correct, cutting tool.
Okay, cutting tool. And
that's a sawzall, right?
You reviewed all of these
power tool
pictures, correct?
Correct.
And upon reviewing all of these, it was your testimony that there wasn't anything besides the cutting tool and possibly the caps that were of any value.
Correct.
Now,
I don't think she saw or registered anything that was in the car. Zero. Beyond like a cooler or something huge, like large colored standout items. I don't think she's like, oh, those are syringe caps.
Yeah, there was a picture shown to you.
It's battery operated saw that was in there. With no battery in it.
Okay. Now, hearing the interview and hearing how there was pulling and tussling and a shirt being ripped. The way that arm is pulled out, the way it is depicted in that picture, would that be possibly because the hand was being held and it finally got loose?
Judge, that request this witness to speculate.
He is a detective, an investigator. He investigated this scene. He heard the testimony. I think he can give his opinion of the position of that.
Is he an expert witness?
That picture, and from what all he learned in this investigation, he should be able to explain a theory or what he felt was depicting.
So I'm going to sustain the objection. It does call for speculation.
So now we're back to running 10%. 10% wins for the defense. 4 out of 40, right? I think the judge was right on that one.
Now, when Detective Moore was talking with Hannah Payne, a couple of times, she said she had put her finger in, then she stopped. She said, "I'd put my hand on, I don't know what it's called, the trigger," and Detective Moore said, "The trigger guard, correct? The circular thing." And she said, "Yes." Do you recall that?
No.
You don't, if I may refresh your memory? Page number 24.
Correct.
Okay. So, a lot of times, as she's nervous in this interview, when she's stating certain things, a lot of times it needs to be corrected or clarified, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you could tell she was scared, kind of nervous.
Correct.
And that whole time she was sitting there in the room waiting to be interviewed, did anybody offer up her any water or bathroom or anything?
Yes, I believe Detective Milanis did when he initially sat her in the interview room.
Okay. And you kept asking and trying to get clarity that how the positioning or the handling was on the gun, correct?
Correct. Just how everybody's hands were doing.
Okay. And if I may, I'll use this just to evidence, if that's okay. Once again, this is just an exhibit. It's not a real gun. It's a toy plastic gun. It has nothing, even though it has the abilities, it has nothing in it. Okay, if I may approach her.
You may.
All right, according to what you heard Ms. Payne saying in the position of what everything was going on.
He can't get his eyes off the gun.
Show me the way she said she had the gun in her hand.
It's a toy.
The way she said she had the gun in her hand?
Mr. Defense Attorney?
And she said that
Sir?
the individual in the vehicle had grabbed her wrist. Is it fair to say with his left hand grabbed her wrist?
No, grab the gun with the left hand?
Or grab gun over wrist?
Wrist.
Gun.
Okay.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So if he's got it like this, and he's got her shirt here, did she say at one time he let go and came to grab the gun with both her hands?
Yes.
Okay, and as they grab, what is right there at the trigger or the trigger guard?
Fingers.
Okay. So not just one, but a couple, correct?
Usually fingers stay together.
And it's fair to say hers is on the other side, as she said, underneath, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, she's giving the description.
It's like basketball.
And you're clarifying it and asking and going into details of what really happened. And as I initially asked about her stating that as he was pulling on the gun and going back and forth, that the trigger was pulled. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
Okay. And it was not pulled by her. Do you recall her saying that he had the gun, a better grip on the gun because she didn't have a good grip on the gun?
No.
Okay, and I'll refresh your memory. All right, but you do recall her saying that he had a hold of the trigger and the trigger was pulled. Do you recall that?
In the interview?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to refresh your memory. It's on page 47.
I'm feeling quite refreshed after all this refreshing. This witness
Okay.
hopefully feels the same.
Let me approach.
You may.
Talks about pulling of the trigger and all that.
He's reading that and all around it to see what else is in there. Because there are many ways she recounted this one. Oop, kids are fighting in the hallway.
Yes, she expressed that he had hold of the trigger and the trigger was pulled.
Okay. And earlier I asked also that, do you recall her saying that there was a click, like the trigger being pulled?
No, I don't recall a click.
I got an idea. Let's refresh his memory.
If I may approach.
You may.
I can refresh your memory here. And I know it's been a while, so I'll be open to
What page are you referencing? I'm trying to talk her.
Yes, ma'am.
What page are you referencing?
23.
Okay.
Okay, so he's going to do this every single time he possibly
Yes.
can.
Okay, so it was stated in an interview that she said the trigger was pulled and that she heard a click.
She stated that when it first had turned, I heard it click, like the trigger was pulled.
Okay. So, and then at that point, she's saying that the gun is being tried to be pointed back at her, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So in a scenario like that, with your experience and knowledge and training, if somebody's pointing a gun back at somebody and pulls a trigger and you hear it click, would that not be aggravated assault or possibly attempted murder?
Your objection.
Obviously, this witness can't speculate to that. It's calls for a legal conclusion and is inconsistent with the evidence that's been presented, and we would ask this question.
Your Honor, I'm talking to him about his interview he had with Ms. Payne.
This can be sustained.
I'm asking from his experiences, training, and being a detective, that if a situation as described in this interview, and somebody's pointing a gun and it clicks, what charge could be put on the individual? And I think he's well within the scope of his employment, well within the scope of his knowledge to answer that.
Your response.
And
Chief Assistant.
Judge, I think it's assuming it's not a question based on the facts, because the facts are that the defendant had the gun. So asking what happens when someone else is using her gun against her, the gun is in her hand. So I think it's asking a speculation that Mr. Herring would have ever been charged with anything in this case. So I think it's an inappropriate question and it's misleading to the jury.
And I'm asking from his interview that he had with Ms. Payne, where he could ask any question he wants. He heard all of this information. I'm asking from this interview what he did. He conducted. If that occurred, what in his training and knowledge and experience he believes that that could be charged or that would have been classified as.
So the question, as you posted, does call for a legal conclusion, and so I am going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Now
he's trying to say that deadly force was used against Hannah, which justifies
You
her
stated
using
that,
deadly force. That's where he was going with this.
that as you sat there and discussed with Miss Payne, And after this interview, you had heard her parents were outside, correct? After the interview, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point, you saw me coming into the precinct, explaining I was her attorney and that I would like to speak with her, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you left the room and you allowed us time to speak, correct?
Correct.
Okay. At any point, did anybody listen to what we were saying in that room? I know there was a lot of officers, a lot of detectives around there.
There's an objection.
And we need to approach for this one.
The jury can't hear this. Your Honor, we need to approach. Okay, so now he's asking, did you listen into our attorney-client privilege conversation? That was his question. Was defense attorney assigned by the court? It was not, because Hannah had never asked for an attorney. I believe the family brought the attorney in. The family that brought the attorney, because he showed up, according to what we just heard, he showed up in the middle of her interrogation. He's like, hey, FYI, attorney's here. Can we have a minute? Can we have a minute with the client? It's like, let me introduce myself. All right. I don't know if they're going to allow, if there is any evidence that there was any wrongdoing on the part of this detective as to why he no longer works at the precinct where he was at before. I don't know if they're going to allow that in. I'm not sure. It might be deemed irrelevant for what happened because the video conversation. It's all videoed. He's not. If he were making a statement that that he observed something happen that wasn't captured on camera, and we're taking it, as his word as an officer, and he had some issues with credibility, that might be more relevant. But I'm not sure. We'll see if they go there. It's going to get spicy if they do, for sure. As always, the biggest problem is she opened her mouth. If she hadn't done that, so many more possibilities. I agree. But Kurt, part of me just wants to know the truth whenever it comes out. And I wish I could sniff it out and using a highlighter, just highlight the parts of all the stories that were true so we could know what actually happened here. Unfortunately, we've got to sort of piece this together. The jury has their task cut out for them here. Just checking, leaving the scene of a serious accident is a felony in Georgia. JL man, I believe there has to be an injury for that one. I don't think we had anyone injured. I think there had to be a serious injury, not just property damage for it to be a felony. I think it was still a misdemeanor. They paid to get her out. They paid 10%. I think it was like $300,000 or $330,000. So they paid $33,000 to get her out.
All right. So we won't go any further on me showing up. Did you?
He lost that one too. That was number 42.
Ever tell Miss Payne during that whole period of time? Let me rephrase. When did you find out that the individual shot had become deceased?
Maybe prior to the interview, because I think that's where Detective Moore responded when I responded to the incident location.
Okay. And did you ever tell Miss Payne that the individual had passed away?
No, not to my recollection, no.
All right. And did you see and recall in your interview when you and Detective Moore are talking to Miss Payne, a lot of times you interrupted her or didn't let her finish her sentence?
There were moments that I did ask questions, direct questions, and she was giving me additional information. I was just trying to make sure I gained clarity.
But when you were asking the question, was she still talking at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And generally, when two people are talking at the same time, it's not fair to say that they heard the whole question or heard the whole conversation.
Correct.
Okay. So, and it was you and Detective Moore asking questions simultaneously, or sometimes she'd start it and you'd catch on and come behind it, but there were questions coming rather quickly, correct?
No, sir.
No?
No, sir.
Okay. You don't recall just seeing in that interview where you're talking about the door, just specifically the door, and Detective Moore asked a question and you asked a question, and she's trying to explain it. You don't recall seeing that just a few minutes ago?
The concern was the quickly, as if it was like rapid fire questioning. But we were asking questions in the interview, allowing Ms. Payne a chance to respond. Also, was asking follow-up questions and giving everybody an opportunity to ask and to respond.
Okay. Now, you did ask that when she pulled in front of Mr. Herring, that you asked, was it like his foot came off the gas or came off the brake and that's why the car moved forward? And she stated that no, it revved up before it took off. Do you recall hearing that?
I do recall her speaking that the vehicle revved.
Okay. And do you recall seeing where the vehicle had made contact with the Jeep?
Yes.
And you did hear her state that it was moving with her, but it stopped when it got to the Jeep?
Yes.
Okay. And you heard her at one point say that she didn't have a good grip on the gun, that he may have had a better grip on the gun?
I do recall her stating that she did not have a good grip.
Okay. And now you stated that there's only one way to load a chamber when it's been holstered, a gun. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen those holsters now that you just pull it down a pop and it's loaded it?
I'm not familiar with that holster, no.
Okay. You haven't seen those? I've seen them on TV, the commercials that are promoting that it's kind of a pow loaded and go.
Late night television right there.
I've seen a holster that has that.
No, sir.
Okay. But you did hear that this particular gun had kind of a two safety mechanism, correct?
Correct.
And that would be based for safety, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I heard that you said when you were asked, she didn't have any training, gun training, and you said professional. You meant professional training or professional gun training, or what did you mean when you said that?
Yeah, she expressed it like during the interview. It was like when I said professional, like actually like attending a gunfire safety course. That's what I was asking in regards to like professionally.
All right. So would that be a state certified, or would it be something you would pay that makes it professional, or
both?
Okay. And so when you go to these gun ranges and they sit you down and you watch a video and then they tell you a little bit about the gun, that would not be considered gun safety class?
Probably gun safety class for that particular location for the firing range.
But they talk about the safety of the gun, how to hold it?
Yes.
Okay. And throughout this interview, you did hear her say that she had some scratches and some marks on her person.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were they consistent to the story that she was telling you about what happened?
Yes, in regards to a grabbing of the shirt.
And of the wrist?
In the wrist, yes.
Okay. And pictures were not taken until after the interview, after it was brought to their attention that she had some marks. Do you recall when Detective Moore decided to take pictures?
Yes.
When did she decide to take pictures?
I think we requested a photographer after our interview.
Okay. And you asked a specific question of, why would you go after this car? Why would you follow this car to get a tag? And she said that she's a people person and she was just trying to help out. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is that a bad thing?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, when she was stating that he had something for her, that she was nobody and was leaning back, did that kind of spark your curiosity of what could have been happening inside that truck?
Yes.
Okay. And upon looking at the pictures and everything else, there wasn't really anything that stuck out to you besides that saw. Did you ever see the knife that was in the truck?
No, sir.
Can I approach her?
Yes.
Some more pictures, more refreshing recollection. He's doing a good job of trying to present doubt on the validity of the questions that were asked because of the back and forth conversation, how they were all talking at the same time, which we did see a lot of, how answers were interrupted with more questions or with volunteered answers from the questioners. And thus trying to present that because of that, the words we got, the parts we did get from Hannah weren't, necessarily the most accurate. The problem is, when she was speaking just on her own, she said things that were different than what she said on the stand.
Right. She was nice enough to put this and then that, which helped out.
Did he just blame the court clerk for filing everything? She can't claim self-defense if she doesn't admit that she shot him. She's claiming she drew the firearm in self-defense.
Thank you. All right, so if I can bring to your attention defense exhibit number 25. You stated that looking through the truck, the content, that you never saw that die.
Yes.
Yes, you did see it, or yes, you didn't see it?
In regards, yes. I did not see this in the photos that you presented, but yes, I think that's the cutting tool that we submitted to evidence.
Okay. And
cutting tool.
They ever get tested for any fingerprints or DNA?
Who calls it a cutting tool?
Not to my recollection. I'm not sure.
All right, and did the trigger of the gun ever get submitted for DNA or fingerprinting?
I'm not sure if that did happen for DNA.
Based on the testimony of whose finger was on the trigger or not, did you feel that was necessary to ask to have them do a DNA analysis or fingerprint analysis?
Not necessarily.
So it wasn't any concern of yours to find out whose finger or whose DNA was on the trigger?
There's a possibility that both hands could have been on the firearm, or it could have been just one.
But wouldn't you want to know the answer of that?
Yes, but I don't. At that particular time, I'm not sure if that's what was requested during the investigation. But and if it was not requested, because I didn't think it was probably a determining factor.
And I'm not trying to put you on the hook for somebody else. Did you request a fingerprint or DNA?
To my I cannot recall specifically. No.
Let me consult with my co-counsel / defendant / client.
Now, numerous times in her interview, She kept relaying that she was telling him to stop. To stop, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And she stated that that basically, you know, they both were kind of scuffling back and forth. He was hitting her, she was trying to hit him. Do you recall if there were any visible bruises or any kind of cuts on Mr. Herring's face, body, arms?
No, sir. I not to my recollection, I don't even think I even viewed Mr. Herring because he was already at the hospital.
Okay. Did you ever get a chance to review the pictures of Mr. Herring?
No, sir, not to my recollection.
Did you ever get to review the autopsy?
No, sir.
Now, as you were standing at the site, I noticed at one point you look up and you look at a camera. Do you recall that? Like, you know, the roads have cameras all up and down it.
No, sir, I don't recall looking up and looking at a camera.
Okay. Do you recall if there were any cameras around that area?
Maybe traffic cameras on the traffic lights, but they're not for recordings.
Okay, so defense exhibit number 4.
The type of holster she had was an inside the pants holster, which is
poles and everything around that roadside.
which uses the
Does that appear
tension
to be camera?
of your waistband or belt to keep the gun in place. It's not the type that you can use to chamber around by pressing down. You can't have tension.
No, sir, not to me.
Okay. I may have a better picture for you here. All right.
Attorney Tucker, I hate to interrupt you at this time, but I am going to have to give you yours, I believe.
The jurors are asleep. We need to wake up the jurors. Attorney, you're going to have to stop droning on.
But it's up to the court.
All right, go ahead and
Okay.
one more question, and then
All right.
I'm going to give them a break.
Did he object?
This is a better picture where you can see an extension of something
Did he object?
that's coming out. And from your experience of being on the road and seeing, you know, the cameras and the flock cameras they use on the road, is that fair to say that that appears to be a camera?
No, sir.
If I may.
He's going to put it on the screen so everyone gets to see what the witness does not think is a camera.
And the extensions off these right here, those poles, here, here, and here. You're saying that those are not cameras, that you can't decide from that photo that those are cameras?
To me, they do not appear to be cameras.
And you're familiar with that road?
Yes, sir, Riverdale Road.
That was, I think, Forest Parkway.
Okay.
And have you ever seen any cameras on that road before?
No, sir, not to any of my recollection.
No further questions?
Okay, thank you. At this time, I am going to give the backing brief. It is now 11:40. I just asked you to be back at 12, and we'll resume at that time.
Okay, we get a 19-minute bathroom break. I think it's limited to just bathroom trips, but there we go. Let's see. How do you know her holster? Did they show it? Yes, she described it and they showed it. The defendant did testify yesterday, Michelle. You've got to go back and watch, the rewatch crew. She did testify. She made a very emotional decision to testify, and then it was pretty good. I enjoyed the testimony. I think she held her own a little bit. But also the problem is she, in holding her own, she stuck to a story that was different than what she told during the interview at the police station. The camera is a video tool. It was a painful cross. It very much was. We're not sure. There may be one more rebuttal witness. This gentleman was sitting next to another gentleman who was wearing a lapel pin, like an investigator or something. So there might be one more rebuttal witness.
Have them send someone with more experience.
Let's see. The defense finally rested. No further questions this time. So there might be some redirect, but I think they're just about done. I think the big loss there on that cross-examination, something he absolutely had to have come out in testimony that would have been very important for Hannah, is that testimony about the gun being pointed at Hannah when Mr. Herring had, I would say, majority control of the gun, when it was pointed at Hannah and she heard the click as the trigger was being pulled. But the back safety had not been engaged, so the gun did not fire. That was what he was trying to get the witness to testify. That would be aggravated assault, which is lethal force, which would allow under Georgia law Hannah to use lethal force in response. But he was not able to get there. The manner he was asking the questions ended up being basically asked and answered, and there was an objection wisely and promptly filed, and the judge sustained it, so he couldn't get there. See, mine is an inside the waist pants band, and mine is made to rack before I pull it out. Inside the waist. Fellow Sumi, would you mind sharing the brand or something? I'm very curious. I've never seen one that's inside the waist that will do that. I've always seen I've seen like a paddle holster where the paddle side goes inside the waistband, but Hannah's the gun itself was inside the waistband. So I've never seen that style be able to rack before you pull it out. Let's see. I think the jury has already decided after seeing the video this morning. They might have heard enough already, but they aren't ready to deliberate yet. I don't think there's any indication that the jury was that came in here with a predetermined outcome. They all sat through voir dire, and it's assumed that they can be a fair and impartial jury. And both sides basically selected this jury as well through that process. Can't see her getting out of this. Isabella, she's said some things that are very problematic to her freedom. I don't know how else to say this. If what she had said in the interview at the police station was the same as the story she told on the stand yesterday, I'd say she's got a great shot, or even to win my vote on that. But the problem is she's saying something very different and conflicting with herself, and it's. Everything she's saying is only the stuff that makes her seem like she was in the right, and she's leaving out entirely the things where she shows aggression. She barely mentioned the one thing she mentioned that does make her look bad is when she threatens to use the gun, saying, "I have a gun and I will shoot you," and she says, "I did that to try to scare him off." That part's in the audio, but where's the "get out of the car" blank? Get out of the blank car. I'm not sure. Video definitely was the mic drop. You guys watched the video. We showed it slow motion this morning. Are you saying that video is the mic drop or the interrogation video? When you're telling the truth, the story never changes. It always stays the same. I'm okay with somebody forgetting details or getting a little detail wrong in the rush and the anxiety of the moment. But can you get to malice? She says he was saying, "Do it, do it, do it." I didn't hear that on any of the audio. Of course, we didn't hear a lot during that moment. Those 14 seconds, I guess everything had to happen in during that time. But I don't know. Let's see. She constantly goes like, "Oh, why did I just say that?" No sign of Farag. He has not surfaced yet. I wonder if there's going to be like a citizen's reward bounty put on him. I know currently there's a bench warrant, no bond bench warrant. Little Miss says, you need to start showing important stuff later when us lazy people get here. All right. We'll go back and show the video just a little bit. Let's rewind here. The video we're talking about, this was the video that was shown yesterday. This moment when the car's driving by happens to capture the exact the peak of the incident. I don't know how else to describe this without getting too detailed. But it captures it. We're going to watch it in real time with audio, so you're going to hear what happens. Let's see. Let's back up. Right. Oh, that's Kathy. Hey, Kathy, how you doing? Where's that Sally Smith? I can never tell them apart anymore. Okay, let's give this a play.
As you can hear in the background, you're saying, "Ma'am."
Yep.
You just pull the trigger. So the back is one more time.
Here we go.
So part of this is yours. Stop.
Hey!
Okay, so we're going to go back and watch this moment. Here, what you see on your screen, Hannah is at the side of Mr. Herring's truck. I will tell you that her hair looks different than how she said it was during the altercation. She says she had it split and going down both sides. And in the interview at the police station, she said that's what she said. Here it looks like it's all pulled back in a ponytail. But here she is. There's such struggles pulling back and forth. We can see her knee is definitely up against the truck, sort of giving her leverage to pull. Right here, that is the moment that the firearm discharged. Mr. Herring's head was upright, but then he let's see. Then he falls over or reclines down towards the center of the vehicle just a little bit, somewhat, in that moment. And then she picks up the phone that's fallen to the ground. Here's if the phone fell to the ground in this altercation, and then he drove forward, it's literally a foot, like a foot distance, because the phone is still right next to her feet. Because when this incident is over, she takes one step and it's right there. So we'll play it in slow motion so you guys can hear it all happen like that. Ready? That's the pop. She stumbles back, pulls her arm back, fixes her shirt, reaches down, picks up the phone. I'm sorry, I don't know why it does this Star Wars sound. Hey! Okay, so that's how it happens. So that's what you missed this morning when you were here late. We went over that a couple times. Slow motion sound is the best sound. Great point about the phone being there. It didn't move far. This wasn't very far at all. And her story about that was another big difference between what she said on the stand, which would give her grounds, according to her story, for self-defense, is that she was literally pulled halfway into his vehicle, and that's when he was driving forward. And she says it felt like forever. She was being dragged along with the car. It was about a foot, according to what we saw. Let's see, we've got somebody on the phone. Let's see who this is.
Call from Autumn.
Autumn, this is Recovery Addict. How are you doing today?
Hi, I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing just great. What's on your mind?
Well, just a couple of things. Well, there's so many things with this case, but, basically, I feel her approach could have just been very different if she would have came to the car and just said, hey, how are you? Did you know you were in an accident? Not just, I'm on the phone with dispatch, just, I have 911 on the phone, and I saw you in an accident. They really would like you to stop. Everything's approached with interpersonal connections.
Yeah, and all the witnesses who saw her approach seemed to think that she was not very happy as she was making that approach. She was very frustrated or angry, or definitely gave off that vibe. What else do you think?
Exactly. Yeah, and I think that's, if anyone's coming at your car angry, that just changes the situation. And sure, I think he had every right to then kind of be angry as well. There's so many carjackings or road rage or just everything could be changed with the approach and human connections, which change situations completely in any scenario.
Yeah.
My other thing is I'm love versus money on my handle. So when the whole thing about the officer came up, I had found an article when this case first started. There's apparently a lot of issues that had occurred. The first prosecutor had changed hands because he got a new position. Mm-hmm. Definitely this officer, it was just drugs. There was no Brady or Giglio. So that's, of course, why he's only a security officer.
Right.
I don't think they would have brought him in either if there was any issues with impeaching him as an actual officer.
Yeah.
And I think there was just another person related to speaking for the wife that was related to Black Lives Movement that moved to Oklahoma and then got raided for mismanaging funds and whatnot. So there was definitely racial tension with this case, of course.
But all that was outside of the courtroom. Since the moment the court started, that has not been a factor.
Yeah.
That has been what the media has tried to spin in different organizations.
And those parts weren't the spin. They were associated with it's new prosecutors that had to pick it up. It's just all of the outside tensions, correct?
And there's a lot of weird things. I think there was a different judge on. The first judge had to recuse himself. That wasn't that the first judge that held the prosecutor or the defense attorney in a contempt after he had a heart attack or stroke or something?
Yeah.
So.
But she did actually deny both the motions. This article was great because it listed all the things that were occurring. Mm-hmm. She did deny both the issues in regards to that quote unquote missing 14 seconds back in when what he tried to bring up. And her bail, I think, was he did apply for it to still, because she was originally out on the $100,000. Then the grand jury went back and added the additional charges, so it was up to $300,000. But I think he got Judge Malone to keep it at the original $100,000 and just pay for the ankle monitor. So a lot of stuff. Thanks for your time. I won't keep you.
Well, thank you, Autumn. I appreciate the information.
Always great coverage.
Thank you.
And safe travels to Florida.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Bye bye. That's awesome. Thank you, Autumn. All right. One foot can seem like a lot when you're hanging through a car window. I agree. Any movement when you're hanging on the outside of a car, especially just knowing that there are where other vehicles are parked, that you're being driven towards another stationary vehicle and you're in a very precarious position. It's dangerous. We've seen officers get caught in that position and be very seriously injured. Let's see. Court is not happening yet. Oh, let's see who this is. 1 second.
Call from
Corporal USMC retired.
USMC, how are you doing? Welcome.
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm doing great. I know you've got some strong feelings on this one. I appreciate you being able to share them share them respectfully. What's on your mind?
So I'm still my main problem with this is the cases or the state's investigation. They didn't investigate a lot of things. They didn't check the car for drug paraphernalia, maybe for something that he could have been on that they don't normally test for. They didn't do anything with the weapons. They didn't check the trigger. They didn't look for cameras. So it all goes back to painting a target around the arrow.
Okay.
So they had an idea of what happened to begin with, and that's the only direction they went.
If say he was on drugs, what would that change? What would that change?
It wouldn't change anything. It's just that they didn't even check for it.
Okay, but so
it would be maybe he was acting erratically, and that could factor into her decision making, because they didn't check to see his insulin levels or anything. They didn't check for anything like that. So it's
I am,
and the fact that they didn't check the trigger.
I am frustrated also on times that we can look in hindsight, right, and we could say why didn't the police do this check? This one test Had you done this in the moment, this one test would have answered this question that's looming out there that none of us now know the answer to. But that's sort of like the hindsight, right? The eyeball fluid for low blood sugar.
Can you get past the reasonable doubt? If that one test would have put you past reasonable doubt, then you can always go back to say, why didn't you do that?
So that test would be, say, for instance, on the gun, if he had a fingerprint on the trigger, if we were able to pull and realize it's very difficult, especially these triggers, it's very difficult to pull a fingerprint off of them. But if his fingerprint was on the trigger, that would for me, that would be reasonable doubt, right?
Right. Or if his DNA was on the trigger, that'd show them tussling over the trigger. But especially for the malice part, like, why did she pull the trigger? Well, she couldn't have pulled the trigger if he pulled the trigger. So how do you get to malice?
Yeah.
Even her interrogation version of events is still self-defense. So I don't see it. It is normal for something to change, after the fact. That's why I always tell my CCW people, if you're in a defensive shooting or something, you say, I just went through something traumatic where I had to defend my life. I'm not going to issue a statement until I have time to process it.
Yeah. That's a smarter thing. I mean, there were so many things that we can see that she made a mistake. And one of them was opening her mouth and talking to the police without understanding what her rights are and getting some help with something like that. It's not that you're calling a lawyer to say, hey, help me get my story straight so I don't get convicted. Okay. It's hey, help me work through this process, which is a process. And if you're involved in a shooting, this process is going to happen. Let me work through this process so I don't accidentally find myself in a situation I don't belong in. But
yeah, if they had charged her with reckless homicide, I could be guilty. If they had charged her with involuntary manslaughter, I would be guilty. But malice murder, I just can't get there.
All right. Appreciate it, UMC retired. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Bye. Sherry, I'm okay with her acting the way she did afterwards. Only because I've seen people at a traffic accident. I've seen people go both ways. I've seen people go completely like off the rails, just crazy, just like hyper, not making sense, struggling to put sentences together, talking a lot but not saying anything. I've seen rapid movements, rush to judgment. I've seen that, and I've seen other people who are just like, yep, that happened, and they're like equally tragic or impactful situations. So I can't, without knowing Hannah and knowing how she acts in other similar situations, I can't say that that her not showing remorse. First, I'm not convinced she knew that he was dead or dying. Okay. And second, I don't know that she was acting differently than how she would act in other stressful situations. All right. Let's see, the trigger, by the way, the triggers with the two-part safety have too many pieces to get prints off of. That's probably why they didn't test it. Yeah, it's hard to explain, but the gun.
From Christy.
Christy, hang on just 1 second. Let me finish this thought, and then we'll bring you on. The gun, the trigger, oftentimes it has ridges for grip, basically, so your finger doesn't slip on the trigger, and then it's got little tiny parts. When you're collecting a fingerprint, you want a nice flat smooth surface for a good print to be taken, and although you might be able to get a very tiny partial print, it's probably not going to be big enough to match that to anyone or rule anyone out. So it's just the probability is so low that test is not one that's done regularly. Christy, what's on your mind?
Hey, Scott. I just wanted to come in here. I'm from Connecticut, just outside the Sandy Hook area, and gun ownership and responsible gun laws are very much on top of, my, I'd like to have healthy debate about that. But I did have a question for concealed carry people. Okay. When you're driving home from work in your car, would you still have your concealed weapon on you? Or would you have taken it out and maybe put it on the seat or something like that? That's just my question.
That is a great question, and it does vary depending on the type of holster that is used. I can tell you that in the time when I used to carry concealed, I think I've carried 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 different ways. And there are different firearms that are carried different ways, but sometimes I carried what's called a Yagi high ride holster, which holds the gun sort of at a forward angle, which is a more natural drawing position. But the holster itself is just like a little leather band that goes across the trigger area, and it's a very minimalist holster. There are other times when I've carried in what's called a paddle holster that it does not work with a seatbelt at all, and that sits and holds the gun off my waist a little bit, and it's in a retention thing, so it can only be drawn if I'm the one pulling it or somebody mimics that same motion. It's very difficult to take the gun from someone else, and has retention devices and everything.
Well, I think one of my questions now is like, what was her intent as she was, following the guy and trying to get his plate number and everything? And I've been keeping a very open mind throughout the whole trial and watching, and I'm still kind of on the fence. And, my whole thing is you've brought a gun to a car accident. And, I understand everybody has the right in Georgia, if they, are legal to able to carry. But, my whole thing is if she had it off of her while she was driving home and then put it on herself when she was following the guy to get the tag number, in my mind, that kind of shows intent to use the gun.
Yeah, I would be surprised.
Deadly force.
I'd be surprised if she put it on when she was getting out. The particular holster she's using is designed for concealment and worn inside. It's sort of like while you're getting dressed, you put it on thing.
Yeah.
Her job didn't require her to take it on or off or put it on. It's not like you're going in and out of secure buildings. But it's great questions, Christy. I'm impressed you're able to sit back and be like that. It's difficult on this one. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it is very difficult. You're welcome.
All right. Have a good one. We'll see you.
Thank you.
Okay,
you too. Bye.
We bring the jurors back in. I want to make everyone aware in the courtroom that it has been brought to my attention that there may have been an attempt to make contact with one of the jurors.
Whoa.
I just want to instruct you all that it is not appropriate. I did give those instructions at the beginning of the case, and so no one is to make contact with the jurors. They're here because they're committed to fulfilling their civil duty to sit on this case, and it's not appropriate for anyone to try to make contact with them while they're sitting as jurors on this case. Anyone who tries to do that, part of what I can do is that I will forfeit your right to be in the courtroom among any other measures that the court deems appropriate. So everyone is advised. Thank you. Okay. Counsels, are we ready to proceed?
They're okay with just leaving it at that?
Dennis, you can bring the jurors.
And Judge, while they're coming in, just for timing purposes, we're not going to ask any additional questions and we'll rest.
Okay, thank you.
So that's the final witness. No more questions from the state. They're going to rest. Defense has rested already, which means we're going to go to jury instructions and then closing arguments, or possibly closing arguments and then jury instructions, depending on the order the judge prefers. We've seen it done both ways. Yeah. Let me guess. Who do you think reached out to the jury? That is so not good. Not good. Jury instructions, then closing, says Red Pen. That's typically how we see it happen.
Thank you. You may be seated. Does the state have any redirect for this witness?
Judge, I appreciate the time to consider that. The state has no further questions of this witness, and we would ask that he be excused and be allowed to return to North Carolina.
Yes, you're excused.
Send him home.
Yes, you're welcome.
He's coming back my way.
And the state has no further rebuttal and rests.
Okay, so at this juncture, all the evidence is in, and the court at this point will conduct what is known as our charge conference with counsels in this case, and therefore it is an appropriate time to allow you to have your lunch break. It's now 12:05. I would instruct you to be back by 1:45 p.m. Again, the instructions that I've previously given still apply. And so you're on break at this time. Have a good lunch, and I'll see you back at 1:45. Thank you. And thank you for adhering to the time frames. Oh, before you go, before everyone goes, let me just apprise you of what's going to occur next. Of course, we will do our charge conference so that we're agreed as to what charges you will be given, and then both the state and defense counsel will be able to give you what is known as closing arguments, and then we will release the case to you at that point. So that's what you can anticipate this afternoon. Have a good lunch.
I've never heard the emphasis on that word in that order. Anticipate. I've always heard of it, anticipate, but her voice is beautiful. I love the way she talks. All right. Who needs an hour and 45-minute lunch? We're going to have some business conducted, I think, outside their presence, because she's not getting up and leaving yet. Let's see if we. The charge conference. Isn't that what we did yesterday? She has a very soft voice. I disagree with what she says sometimes, but she has a very soft voice. Crunchy Frog. This is basically what I thought. Waiting for the last jurors to leave. Okay. Please be seated.
Counsels, can we move into our charge conference?
Yes, Judge, I'll be handling the charge conference for this.
Okay. Attorney Tucker, did you receive that email?
I did, Your Honor.
Okay.
I did receive the state's comments. I'm in full agreement with that. I have an example of a jury charge that I was going to go through and see. I think for the most part it is in order for those charges. We wondered where to put it.
Okay.
I was going to propose to the court and to the state that from the previous cases, the previous jury charges, this is where I would suggest it goes, and it's a purely suggestion to take it or however the court can take it.
It's frustrating. He does everything from his phone.
The state made the motion. Been doing it, said there's certain highlights on certain things that, I agree.
Okay. Would it help to have a printed copy?
Yes, ma'am.
It would?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, maybe you should have brought a printer for your phone.
How about you, Chief Assistant? Do you need a printed copy?
I don't want to waste another
50
pages. I'm fine.
It shouldn't be 50 pages now. Let's cut that.
Hang on, my phone's ringing. Just 1 second.
Yes. Could you next?
The judge wants some copies made. You guys? Judge wants some copies made. Somebody can get right on it.
And which charge was that, Attorney Tucker?
And, Your Honor, it's basically the order. And I was going to take it and go through and see if it was placed. I know that it was kind of confusing my phone and looking at her having the pattern charges up. My phone didn't have the pages numbered. So I just put little notes, and I can go to that once I've seen how it is. I saw it briefly last night, looking at it, and
Greeners,
I think
that is
there was one or
terrible.
two that, and it's purely a preference. I don't think it's something that's, any kind of abuse or anything like that. I just think it's a preference, and I was going to give that suggestion.
All right. So you can have my copy until they bring the other copy, so you can be with me. And for those of you in the courtroom, this is all technical, legal,
Mumbo
legalese.
jumbo.
So, for those of you who are here, you're certainly welcome to stay, but, it is technical, so you can go for lunch and be back.
Okay, we're trying to make the final decision right now on going to Florida. It is a 10.5-hour drive from my house.
I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying it's optional.
Everyone's bailing. Everyone's like, There's a joke I was going to put in there, but I won't go there because it's a potty humor joke. Anyway, we're making the final decisions. 10.5 hours. I can do the drive. That actually allows me to carry all the gear and the batteries and not have concerns about the airport not allowing the size of the batteries and everything I need. You can shave some time off that if you speed. Yes, but then it ups the cost significantly. And I've seen what some of these states do to speeders. Luckily, I'm not driving through Arkansas. It's a nice road trip, and I've never been to Florida before.
It does appear that your staff attorney, Ms. Bowden, did make moves that we had requested yesterday. The charges have definitely been reordered.
Okay.
So once he's had an opportunity to look, we can hear what.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Assistant.
10 hours is not a bad drive, but I have to do it pretty much all at once. If I do this, it's going to be Thursday afternoon.
You no longer have a name, you just have a title.
Or maybe even Thursday morning that I leave. Drive down there. I've got to be there. The hearing starts at 8:30 in the morning. So I'll have to be there quite early. Oh, I guess we don't get to hear this part. 8:30 in the morning, I got to be there in court, have everything set up and worked through, and it shouldn't be a problem that way.
Obviously, we just sit back, we're going to have a rough time.
Then Friday I'll be there for the 4 hours of the hearing and then head home.
Made aware. For capital people, you may want to rush to the bathroom before they cut it off.
Cutting off the bathroom? What? His Holmes, we would be headed to Sarasota. I've looked at all the options. I looked at flying from basically every airport in North Carolina to different places. I was even considering flying to Tampa and Ubering from Tampa to Sarasota, because Tampa's a lot cheaper to fly to than Sarasota. But it just didn't make sense with all the layovers and the fact that I would have to check some of my gear that I'm bringing. Concerns that way. I just thought it would be better and it would be cheaper, even though it's a longer drive. I mean, a flight would get me there in what, 3-4 hours. The drive is going to take more than double that, maybe 3 times that. What's wrong with Arkansas? You're dissing my state. Green-eyed Southern girl. Have you seen what your state police do? If you don't pull over quick enough, they'll put you in the ditch. We love Arkansas for that. We love watching their police chases. And Green-eyed Southern girl, unfortunately, Arkansas has a rule that they only allow police video footage to be released to Arkansas residents. So I need someone in Arkansas who can request all this footage for us, because we want it so badly, but they just can't get access.
For those of you that just re-entered the courtroom, just be on notice that there has been an occurrence in the jail. So on this side of the courthouse, they're going to be cutting off the water for probably half an hour or so. So just to make you aware.
Inmate broke the toilet in the jail cell, and so we have to turn off the courtroom water. Just FYI, use it before we lose it. Rent a camper van, road trip it. Here's the issue. I've got to be back. Saturday, we've got different things. We've got a Christmas party. I've got to be back by... Man. I've got to be back in time to go somewhere Saturday morning, or at least be here for the kids. I've got one of the two. Stop at Buc-ee's for awesome snacks, gas, and super clean bathrooms. I will stop. If they have a Buc-ee's, I would stop there. Because I've never seen one. I've just heard rumors of them on the internet. Did they go to lunch? They're having a charge conference, so they're getting prepped for it. I think they're making copies right now. The attorneys are getting copies. Mr. Tucker is reviewing his copy. This is the first hard copy he's got. Oh, looks like they do have a laptop. Maybe that's Hannah's. But The drive we take to my homeland all the time is 15 hours on a good day. It's harder to do the older we get. Christine, we've already had some people donate to the cause there. I just have to hurry and just make the decision with Mrs. RA, and then we'll go from there. But appreciate that. Will you be able to stream the hearing as well? Sorry if you already answered this. That's why we're going, Allie. The court has granted us media access. There's only one agency. There's only one company that has requested access other than us. That company was first. And that by court rules, that puts them as pool photographer. When there's only one company, copyright gets very, very different. We start having issues. And so that's why we'd have to be there. All right. Both sides rested. Yes, they have. We're prepping for the charge conference. Got to stop at Buc-ee's on 75 is an experience for sure. I don't have much time. It's going to be quick. Fill up in one of the 700 gas pumps. Go in, wander down the jerky aisle and grab a couple flavors I've never seen before, and then out we go again. Can you overnight some of your gear? I could. I'd have to overnight it to my hotel. Honestly, I'm scared to let some of the gear just be handled by baggage handlers. If you're traveling I-4, you're in for a surprise. What's on I-4? Scottish Squirrel? Let me know now because I'm making plans. I don't know if I-4 is the route I would even head down. Let's see. Let's do a quick little map check. Okay, so we got Google Maps. Let's go from Greenville to Sarasota. Whoops. Florida. Let's see. Oh, there's construction everywhere. Loads of construction. 11 hours and 11 minutes. Is what it's saying right now. That's via I-95 South. I'd be on I-95 through North Carolina, through South Carolina, down through Georgia, all the way to Jacksonville. At Jacksonville, I'd split off and take 10 over to Baldwin, and then head south on 301. Down to 75 in Ocala, or it's Ocala. 75. Oh, there's 4. There's 4 right at the very end. Yeah, I've got 4 going around Tampa. Nope, that's 75. Where did 4 go? I thought 4 was on there somewhere. I'm not going to be on 4. I crossed 4 at Tampa. 75 all the way to Sarasota. Does that sound like a good surprise? I'm not going to be on 4. Stop south of the border at the North Carolina-South Carolina border. It's quite the tourist trap. Any stopping will probably be on the way back. Ocala is my hometown. I tell you, I know some of these towns because I was answering hurricane crisis cleanup calls when the hurricane came through there, and some of the towns I recognized from taking calls from people who had damage and needed help. So it's going to be interesting going back to see some of the places that I've talked to people on the phone from. I-4 speed traps, speed traps. Okay, I definitely need to take a car that has very good cruise control. What's the acceptable overage? You guys know what I'm talking about. Right? What's the acceptable overage in each state? So we have North Carolina. I can handle North Carolina. I think I know the vibe. Okay, South Carolina, never been there. Not sure what they do. All I know is the only thing I know about South Carolina is that's where Alex Murdaugh is. Georgia, no clue on that one either. I've been to there, but I've only flown. I've never driven. And then of course Florida. Let's see, 22 in South Carolina, 15 in Georgia, 5 to 7 says according to Woo. South Carolina, I go 11 over. Okay, I've got a good friend who drives South Carolina, and they drive different. That's all I'll say. He's probably watching right now. South Carolina, they drive different. Kurt, legal advice 7. I'm going to hold you to that. I think I've got you on retainer if I get a ticket right. Florida speeds are like 75, 10 in Florida, 5 over in Atlanta. They're strict. Okay, so if I did 5 over, hypothetically, I should be pretty good. I tell you, for the last 5 years, I have lived in an area where we don't have traffic. Okay, traffic for me is having to wait for a full light cycle, or like you pull up to a light and you stop and you don't get through before on the green, and that would be traffic.
I know we had some discussion about whether it would be a prior statement or prior inconsistent statement. Are we okay with that charge?
That's no longer the pattern, but I have indicated to counsel I would not object to his request for prior inconsistent statement.
Okay, so we're good with that. Thank you.
And I think his that it was the single witness account. It's fine in that area. It's fine. That was the only one I really saw.
The single witness corroboration.
Yes, ma'am, and it's fine where it's at.
Right.
Something a little closer than done. Okay. And it does say bare suspicion instead of grave suspicion. But once again, that's tit for tat. I'm not going to argue that. It gets across what it's supposed to do. So.
Okay. So you're saying it should be grave?
No, it's not. I mean, like I said, I'm not going to sit there and nitpick like that.
All right. I have another copy, so you can hold on to that.
This is.
So everything, there are no objection to the charges as outlined?
Can I just look at his written report? Yes. Make sure the highlights that I'm seeing on my computer aren't visible to the jury.
Right.
Okay, so he has no objections. That's interesting. Uncivil law.
On page 6, it's barely visible where it's highlighted where I changed it from his to her on the second line.
Page 6.
I think they're going to get her with all of it.
You just see a slight.
I think she's going to get the maximum.
Gray shading. I don't think it's going to be.
Where it's changed to her.
That's where I changed it. So that's why I'm seeing the highlight. But I don't know that that's. I'll show the counsel and see if he has any issue with it. So
right.
If I go, I'm going to see everybody in the courtroom.
And Mr. Tucker indicates he's fine with leaving it as it is.
Okay.
Would it be wrong of me to?
Page 25. I'm just going to wipe it out. It's nothing.
Would it be wrong of me to have Mr. Shapiro sign one of my hoodies?
Under DNA, I just wiped it out.
It's some towards the bottom and the last page as well.
The last page?
I think it's the page 51 has 3 floating dots.
Okay, I'll just wipe it.
I don't know why they're there, but there they are.
I took it out. And I'll just use this copy to send back with them.
My question is, what do I wear? You want a drink?
So you've reviewed
You've
the
been drinking?
copy and everything's okay. So there are no objection to the charges that will go back to the jury.
Not from the state.
Okay, thank you.
None for the defense.
Right, and then if we could just determine what evidence is going to go back with them, that would be great. Thank you.
So as they're arguing over these charges, it sounds like there's not much they're fighting over. They've highlighted a few things, made a couple corrections from his to her, and I think that's they're mostly on. Make sure it's an orange hoodie. I don't think I could get away with wearing the orange hoodie in court. Judge Carroll would not be cool with that. I don't think. He runs a pretty respectable show. Could it be a hoodie with bus stop jury on it? you should wear merch from all your favorite law tubers. I was thinking I was going to wear, because it's a court setting, I need to wear the Matthew Harris. All I learned about law, I learned from Matthew Harris Law. I'd have to wear that, and maybe I'll carry a 13th juror mug with me as I'm going into the courtroom. I don't know. I've got Rob's pen, so anything I need to sign or paperwork I need to fill out, autographs should definitely be written with that pen. Now, I will say that we joke about this right now, but I'm a huge fan of being extremely respectful in attending courts. The court is not a place to make a statement unless you are actually a witness or an attorney. Wearing something to say I support this or this is what I'm here for.
You can put on the record what's going back so that
I don't think that's appropriate. And most judges, I think, could throw you out for that. Let's be the fly on the wall when Shapiro sees all right. He sees me every day already. Hey, how's it going? He sees me every day already. Did you check the Greyhound bus, right? I didn't know Greyhound bus was still a thing. While I'm at it, why don't I just check Uber from Greenville to Sarasota?
I don't know how to use that machine. No, there's
Yes, thank you very much for considering all of our edits and emails. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Very accommodating. I think you can
Greyhound is a thing. I'm trying to get.
So we're taking up all the statements. Okay.
Well, our concern was that I usually close and she didn't too far from the other.
Okay.
But actually, we can still keep it
So
separate.
just pulling them out to put on the record.
All right.
Hold on, let me go get my evidence list and we can do that on that.
You got to listen.
What? That yeah.
It takes forever. The Greyhound bus goes super slow. It's like a 30-hour trip one way. Nurse for God, I'm late. What trial are you going to attend? The hearing in the Maya trial on Friday.
The evidence
Got to
that
drive
has been
down.
admitted to determine what would be able to go back with the jury. I think we have an agreement, but let me put it on the record. The State's Exhibit 3 and 4 are 911 calls, and those discs cannot go back. State's Exhibit 6 is also a 911 call. We agree that when and if the evidence goes back, that the jury can have State's Exhibit 15, which is the firearm, but they cannot have
the ammunition,
which is State's Exhibit number 17, at the same time. So when and if they request to see the ammunition, then they would have to give the gun back.
Are you saying you don't trust the jury?
Just
kidding.
State's Exhibit 19 is a video, the body-worn camera. State's Exhibit 20 is the cell phone video.
They should get that.
State's Exhibit 39 is the recording of the defendant's interview.
Let me show you the sweater, the reindeer sweater,
to
while she's talking.
Defense exhibits.
That's how it looks.
2,
I think it's pretty good. I think it's classy.
8.
Is that State's Exhibit?
I'm sorry, Defense Exhibit. Defense Exhibit 2, 8, 9, and 38 are all written statements, and written statements are not permitted in the jury room. They are permitted to come into the courtroom to view any of them that they wish. Defense Exhibit number 10
is the autopsy report, which is again also considered a written statement and is not permitted in the jury room. The only other thing
I would never wear that, ever.
That I see is the portion of the Defense Exhibit 40, which is the portion of the body cam that contains the defendant's statements from the back of the patrol car. That would not be allowed to go back.
Dodie, the trial that we're going for is the Maya trial, the hearing on Friday. That's it.
So just based on the record, specifically what's going to go back. So I have what is not, I have what is not going to go back. Okay. So just to have it on the record.
Yes, Judge. What
That's
was?
not true.
And I believe there was one that they used to refresh
41.
Haywood, and y'all kept that back over here.
It's not admitted, so it couldn't go back anyway.
Right.
Is it Amtrak?
What we show would go back is State's Exhibit 1, which is the inline photograph, 2 and 2A, which are the maps, 5, which are the buccal swabs, 7 through 14 are photographs of the scene that would go back. 15 is the gun, 16 is the holster, 17 is the ammo, and 18 is the shell casing. So we have just agreed that 15 and 17 can't be in the jury room at the same time, but they can have access to both of those. 21 and 22 are photographs that would go back. 23 through 29 are photographs of the vehicles during the search. There is no States 30, because that was the photograph of the medication list that was excluded. 31 is the inventory sheet. Yes, sir.
That's still written,
I need help with this train thing.
I think to be consistent with everything else, probably not. But,
I'm fine with that, Judge. I didn't notice that, but it is technically a written statement. So we will add 31 to the ones that don't go back. It is the inventory from the victim's truck.
Okay.
So do you mind finding that? States 31. Can we pull that out?
Sure.
I like how they're working together like they're
Don't have any
friends right
accidents
now.
while I'm putting this on the record. And then States 32 through 35 are autopsy photos that would go back. 36 is the projectile that would go back. State did not tender 37 because it was the body-worn camera, which was used as a defense exhibit, so we did not have to use a 37.
Okay.
Ivan, what
And
cargo
then
would I have to
38
carry?
is the Miranda form from the state side that would go back.
DMB, thank you for the clarification.
Now,
That makes sense now.
It's going to be out of order because there was no real order to how this went. So I show that defendants 4, 6, and 7 are photographs that would go back, and 5. Defense 12 is a demonstrative of the human body that we're fine going back.
A demonstrative.
Defendants 14 through 22 are still shot photos that would go back.
Okay, trains out, guys, trains out.
Defendants 23 through 26 are photographs of the victim's car that would go back. Defendants
I'd have the shaggy defense.
27 through
It wasn't me.
35 are photographs of the defendant that would go back. 36 is a photograph of the vehicle that would go back. And 39 is the defendant's shirt that would go back.
Sounds about right. Yes, ma'am.
All right.
That covers the evidence going back to the jury.
So
Judy says car relay.
We've taken care of what needs to be taken care of, and you can go to lunch, and we'll be back at 1:45.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
And I'm gonna hopefully be doing a power walk, so I'll bring the material. Hopefully we won't need IT. I think simply you plug it in. If we can plug it in from there, if not, but if so, I would request them to just get it set up.
Oh, for the IT to come in.
Just if necessary. I mean, it's
necessary.
You
It's
showed me the
necessary.
other day, and it should work the same way.
Right.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
Well, just out of an abundance of caution, we'll have them here. So you want them here at 1:45?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. We'll request.
All right.
Thank you. Have a good lunch.
Judy, this seems like one step above like just hitchhiking. It really is. I mean, it's cool. It sounds awesome, but the logistics of this would be crazy. Why do we drive in a parkway and park in a driveway? That sounds like the sort of thought I can contemplate for an 11-hour road trip, one way. I think the trip sounds like too much of a hassle. Melon is not for me. I think it's worthwhile. There's a couple things I really want to do on this trip. I think it would be good. Wear a YouTube media shirt. No, I'll be dressed appropriately for court if I'm there. All right, we have an hour and 10 minutes before lunch, so we're gonna take a break because I've got to do some. Yeah, Judy, it would be fun if it weren't a tight schedule, right? If it weren't a tight schedule, and honestly, I'd probably want my family to come along, and that introduces all sorts of problems because all of you would need like 15-passenger vans to accommodate. But other than that, it sounds cool. I do like having locals that can guide you around an area, okay? Because I get lost very, very easily. That's why I carry a watch that has a GPS on it. I carry a phone, use the GPS constantly. Before those existed, I bought a watch. When I was going to London, I was worried that because I was leaving an area that had mountains, which I used as landmarks, that I would not be able to tell which way was north, south, east, or west. Forget that the sun always rises in the east. That didn't cross my mind. So I went out and I bought a nice, expensive watch that had a digital compass that I could just click a button and it would tell me my direction so I wouldn't get lost. Are you being paid? No, I'm just going on my own. Is Mrs. Ari going with? No, not this time. The Sherpa Squad. If we ever did this, we'd need to make shirts. How many kids does Ari have? 13? I've got 6. One of them's moved out. Just remember it's No Pants Friday. That will make the trip, the court day, quite interesting. I think I might make the news. I used to know a Guatemalan who used to fly a single-engine Cessna. I can call him if you want. Single-engine Cessna, what's their top speed? Around 100, 110 miles an hour? I mean, ground speed. I know that they measure things in knots, but because they have to be different. But I can pretty much do that same speed in a car. I mean, theoretically. Do not sit with Jules, or you'll be the next motion for a new trial. I think it's unavoidable. DeLorean with a working flux capacitor. Who is Farag? Jennifer. Mr. Farag is a gentleman who's out of Washington, the state of Washington. He's a troublemaker for the courts. He's all over in their system. He's tied up in a million different things, and he drags them out forever with all the motions and the troublesome things. He represents. That's Mr. Farag. Have him send someone with more experience. He represents himself and does I would say a miserable job of it. And he was in the middle of court, had just gotten to his point where he could present evidence. They broke for lunch, and he just split and never came back. So there's a bench warrant out for his arrest right now. And so if they find him, they're going to drag him to court, and we'll get the rest of the court happening with him in custody. All right. All right, loves this chat us to do this. Yes, I love chat. I also love true crime, and I want the ability to do this. I've had the gear to do this for a long time, and we've looked for the right opportunity to travel to court and do this. Here we got the approval on short notice. It's something we're very interested in. It's something that otherwise would be very difficult for us to obtain. All the pieces seem to align on this, and so we're seeing if we can pull this one off. All right, we're gonna break for lunch though right now. So because I have to talk with Mrs. RA about all this stuff so we can get it squared away. Be great practice for BK. Yes, BK. I'm probably gonna send a lot more gear. Like I might have to send a truck with gear the week before. It's gonna be crazy. But. All right, the beat drops, which means it's time for us to go to lunch and grab some food. Tonight, when you go home, please hug people you love. Smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe until we go live again in 45 minutes. If you want more legal content until Recovery Addict returns, you can find the videos from Matthew Harris on his channel right here. He has an incredible video primer about how to watch true crime with friends. And he gives us a huge shout out there at the end. It's worth watching all 10 minutes of it. It's amazing. It's amazing. You'll learn a ton. If you're sitting here watching court with us and you're like, why is this happening? What are they doing next? What's going on? You need to watch this video. So click over on Matthew Harris's channel. Watch the video he dropped last week. It's a good one. Thank you, Matthew, for that, by the way. Appreciate the shout out. Click like on your way out. Thank you, Pickles. That does help the channel as well. I've got to go talk with Mrs. RA and get this worked out. We'll have an answer definitively when we come back from lunch. Other than that, we'll see you in about 45 minutes. Have a good one, guys. See you.
Bring the jury.
Someone with more experience.